Hey, there we go. All right. YouTube started up. And yeah, okay, cool. So here we go. So the thing we're doing right, yeah, we ended up getting our Swift testing to work, but now what we want to do is refactor from functions that throw to functions that return results. And we had an article about that. So let's double check it. Swift 5 required, which I think is fine. All right, so why not use throws? When you first meet result, it's common to wonder why it's useful, particularly when Swift already has a perfectly good throws keyword, right? You could implement much of the same functionality by making the completion handler accept another function that throws or returns the data in question. So yeah, basically just dot success or dot error, and we're good to go. All right, well, let's start converting then. I think I want to wait to convert the get, set, manifest type stuff. All right, we'll do the other functions because I think they're a little simpler first. So should, instead of throws, it does mean that it's harder for us to bubble this up, which is a little more annoying. So we might want to start with the scheduling first. Hey, there you go, Space Case. I mean, on Wednesday you thought you were hitting 55, right? So you're pretty close. I think you're only like one off of what you thought you were. Thanks for contributing, Seb. Appreciate that. I like how it can infer the result part. Yeah, I'm having a great one. How about you? Working on Kubernetes deployments right now? Nice. Okay. Yeah, I like that. That was a pretty straightforward refactor there. Do any of these throw? Doesn't look like it, so we're good there. So then we move back to here. Was that Laura, right? Yeah, she's awesome. She's really cool. Yeah, you can only do 2K at a time, right? So you got to be here every day to actually like make it happen. Yeah, exactly. We have at least one viewer who could do it all on their own, which is crazy. So what's the right way to handle this? Hmm. Yeah, we might not need guard anymore. Maybe I want to do it as a case. Hold on 1 second. Ooh. Yeah, I don't know the answer to that question. So, never mind. Can't answer that work thing. The get feature thing we'll have to fix later. But yeah, let's try this. So here, for this case, I might just want to do this part. And now we're not being exhaustive. Oh, I would need to do switch. And now it must be exhaustive. We add the missing cases. Let's do schedule is active. Let me look and see if we can find another way of switching on these things. Yeah, no worries, Stuttgart. Have a good one. Oh, we would have to do let. That's it. Right, and then here, if it's a failure, let schedule error, and then this is return failure, schedule error. Okay, it's a bit more verbose. But for the consumers, I think it's a better pattern. So, yep. Doesn't matter if I like it or not. We'll come back to this get feature one, because that's a separate thing. So yeah, then here we want to do dot success that. What up, MPEG J? How you doing? Yeah, thank you for the lurk. All right, so we're going to end up doing that same exact pattern for this right here. We'll wait for the get feature part. That happens elsewhere. I'm going to go and fix all of these. And we're going to replace it with that. Then that means we can grab this boilerplate right here and replace a few other things like that. Copy. We only had one more place we were doing that, of course. Salary confidentiality? It only benefits the company. You should be open to sharing that with your coworkers. That's the only way you actually get fair compensation. They can't mandate that. If you're, like, depends on where you live. It really depends on where you live. If you live here in the USA, they can't actually dictate that. If they were to fire you for it, it would be a wrongful termination suit. They can put whatever they want in the contract, but it'll never hold up in court. Just like a lot of places do non-compete agreements that are actually not something that would hold up in court either. So I don't think they're technically breaking the law by putting it in the contract, but it means that they are not able to actually bring a suit because of it. And they can't technically fire you because of it. That would be illegal. They can put whatever they want in the contract. It just means that it's not an actual enforceable part of the contract. It's to scare people, absolutely. So I do think there needs to be at least a distinction made. So illegal versus unenforceable. Those are different things. You cannot bring them up on a crime for putting it in their contract. You can bring them up on a crime for wrongful termination if they fire you because of something that is unenforceable. Oh, it definitely could, right? But there's a big difference between unenforceable and illegal. Illegal means that they broke a law. They haven't broken the law until they try to enforce it. So there's a slight difference there, right? That's why they can still put it in the contract. Exactly, because it varies from country to country. Exactly, right? It's an Uno reverse. Right, exactly. Is it Kane? Or more like Kayan? How do I pronounce your name? Sorry. I'm going to say Kane for now, but maybe if you let me know how to pronounce it better. Kayan. Oh, it is. All right, cool. I apologize if you told me before and I forgot. That's my bad. You like the Get Crackin' video, though? Thank you. Yeah, I appreciate that. All right, so let's keep doing this process. This is where we wrap this. Dot success. Yeah, it makes sense, Jerome. Right. In many cases, it's about what they think they can actually defend in court. You know? Possibly under Snowman. Yeah, yeah, for sure. Right? Again, it's one of those things where they do it until someone tells them they can't, and they just plead ignorance. Yeah, and under Snowman, that might be specific to like certain states as well. Yeah, I think most of these things are actually state enforced laws or state codified laws, right? And yeah, what's up, Geraldo, Mr. Sir? Yeah, I mean, I'm using VS Code right now. It's working out pretty well. The extension for VS Code is good. Okay, cool, cool. Hold on. All right, sorry, just working with coworkers. Wait, what do you mean by app code? Do you mean like Xcode? I mean, I could use Xcode, but it's kind of a hassle just to launch it up only for the Swift when I'm doing every other language. Well, not every other language, but most other languages just right here in VS Code. Does app code have a community edition? I pretty much only opt for like the community edition JetBrains products at the moment, just because I don't use the other ones often enough. Oh, they actually killed app code. Oh, I didn't know that. Oh, it doesn't work anymore, actually. I thought you were asking. Oh, okay. Makes sense. Yeah, VS Code is pretty solid for Swift so far. I'm pretty stoked on the experience. I mean, you know, it gets slower as you add more extensions, right? But I've seen worse. Oh, I see what those pending changes are. Took me a second. Mobile stuff, yeah, front end Swift as well. Like, and I knew what you meant by front end, like just doing like the layout stuff, like the struts, and something else I forget, or wiring up to the simulators, some of that stuff. Yeah, I could see that. All right, so yeah, the get feature part we'll have to do separate. Let's keep doing this part though. And I might have even been able to like find and replace a bunch of this. And hey, what's up, Anwar? Is that the right way to pronounce that? Yeah, just let me know if you want me to pronounce your name differently. Also, one second. You guys don't get any music over there on YouTube right now. It is? Awesome. Cool. All right, music just got loud. Sorry, let me dial it back. All right, let me know if I need to turn the music up or anything like that, Anwar, and I will. I just realized that it wasn't going over there. And 8. Now a Swiftie. I'm building a feature flag tool that needs SDKs in the languages that people use. So I don't have the luxury of being, you know, being a fanboy about a language or not. I just need to make things that people might use. So you're debating bringing it up to management. You found out a year ago that junior employees make 5% more than you. People with the same designation as you were making as much as 1.8x. I mean, I would simply say you'd like a raise. You don't need to leverage other people's salaries enough. They know if you're making as much as the others or not, or your manager should know. And if they want to hold on to a good employee, then they'll do it. But you should also interview at other places. Right? So I would say you should be interviewing at other places. The music's a bit low on YouTube. Yeah, let me crank it a little. Is that a little bit better? I could do a little more if you want. Just let me know, Anwar. I mean, Metajeza, it's worth it just to, like, stay good. Yeah, Eternal, I would say be interviewing at other places. If you like where you're at, that's fine, but it's just leverage for, hey, I can make more money at a different company. You know that, right? Not always, Jarrell. Not always. Sometimes if you really like the work you're doing, they could hold on to you. Working at a new company is always a gamble, right? Because you never know about the company until you actually work there for a bit. Yeah, like work-life balance. Those things, right? Yeah, there's a lot of reasons to stay with a company that, you know, you're already at, even if they are paying you less than you know you could make elsewhere. If they're doing well and other people are making more, then yeah. Yeah, that's tougher, Two-Fools, because it basically just allows them to kick the can down the road. Like, well, let's just see how well you do in 6 months, and maybe we can reevaluate. And then they'll just keep kicking that can. I would say interview at other companies. Because they know you're comfortable. It's, yeah, the sad reality of it. Yeah, the 1.8 thing is extremely annoying, right? But no one can make these decisions for you, Eternal. We're just giving you enough, like, encouragement. But you got to make the decision. No one can do that for you. And yeah, often that's a big part of it, for sure. But if the juniors are getting paid more than you, that's a huge problem. And yeah, how long have you been there? Yeah, at the end of the day, I would just say try interviewing at other companies. Just for the practice of it. And who knows, maybe you find something you like even more. Maybe you get something remote where you can be comfortable from home. I don't know if you are or aren't yet, but I bet there are still things that you would prefer to have that you're not getting at the current company. Ah, you're in India? It is a tough competitive market. Yeah. So, Eternal, here's the thing. No other company is... Yeah, you can lie about it. I know it's somewhat unethical, but it's also them being unethical to base your pay off of what you say there, right? So, sometimes you gotta fight that fire with fire. Yeah, are you making above, market rate? If the juniors are making more, then they're definitely not. But yeah, I would simply say, yeah. Whoa, whoa, whoa. You don't want to fake any documents. They check salary slips and bank statement? Yeah, you don't want to commit any fraud, necessarily, but I'm never giving that to a company. Hell no. You either pay me what I'm worth, or you don't hire me. It's that's it, Yeah, India's a whole totally different thing. I get it. But, I don't know, man. I would start trying to maybe get a remote job in some other country. Yeah, that sounds terrible if that's actually legal. But, again, Kayan, here's the big problem with that. Even if it's not legal, if every company does it, and there's no repercussions for them doing it, it's the reality. What's up, homies? Been a long time. How you doing? I noticed that Cleverly's is streaming again recently. That's awesome. Went and lurked the other day a little bit. I think she was doing community FIFA games, which sounds like the most sane way to play that game instead of like ranked. Yeah, Eternal, I know you might be comfortable, but sometimes you got to make yourself uncomfortable to get yourself into a better place. What you need to question yourself with right now is, are you comfortable knowing that they're underpaying you? Is the salary you're making now enough? Right? Do you feel like you're getting paid well for what you're doing, even if other people are making more? There's a big part of it. And I think what some people here might not realize is that there's a massive caste system in India, right? The person that went to a better university, maybe the juniors went to a better university as well, and you're basically being separated due to caste, And that's a huge problem, but it is kind of the reality of it. So Zerk, they're in India, and it's even more brutal in India. Zerk, I've been hearing that the market's actually really good right now. Yeah, I've heard the market has massively rebounded. Not necessarily for juniors, but for seniors and other people, there's, yeah, a lot more roles available at the moment. Yeah, entry level is going to have a hard time here in the US for a little bit still. I think one thing to remember, though, is that, like, agencies are incentivized to basically only hire juniors because that's all they can afford, because they're really having to worry about their bottom line. There you go, Eternal. Yep. Yeah, here's the big part, though, Eternal, right? Nothing prevents them from retaining you right now while you're in the middle of these 3 larger products or projects, and then once you finish them, you're out, you know? So I would still say, like, if you get a really good deal at another company, you should probably just take it. And then you can always go back and work for the company you're at now after some time, right? Nothing prevents you from hopping jobs to another place and then coming back later once they realize that you're worth it. As long as you leave on good terms, you know? Right, like Sunil Pai, the guy that did Party Kit, that library that does like Cloudflare worker stuff. He used to work at Cloudflare. They just bought Party Kit, I think mainly to hire him back. Which is kind of interesting, isn't it? So yeah, at some point, you can always go back to the company you like now. All right, just don't burn bridges. Yeah, I'm speculating on the reason they bought Party Kit. Totally speculating on that part. And what up? How you doing, Rise? What you up to? Yeah, exactly 8. Yeah, that's totally a thing. Yeah, that stuff happens all the time. Yeah, a bunch of companies like doing that because it lowers their tax burden. Ooh, that'd be cool, Eternal. Hell yeah. Nothing immediately springs to mind, but I haven't dug into like the application and some other parts yet. I also want to dig into like making a CLI tool and some of those things. So maybe the CLI tool, if I end up like, what are you proficient in, Freaks? Are you mainly a Go developer, or do you do JavaScript and TypeScript stuff as well? There you go, Enjoyer. Nice. But yeah, thank you for that PR, man. That was really good. Like, awesome work. TSJS, Python, C#, Java are your main languages, but you can do a few others. Oh, man. Yeah. Cool. It's a full polyglot. Yeah, I don't have anything specific right now. I'm finishing up the Swift. But I may have some ideas here in a bit. But it might not be in time for tomorrow. We'll see. I just don't know. Yeah, Rise, that's definitely something that happens. Moshiko, the thing we're doing right now? No, we're doing an SDK in Swift. Oh, I don't work on any of these projects off stream. I think that is something that really separates me from a bunch of other streamers. So yeah, any progress you see me make on Vexilla, besides, I'll probably do like off-stream like publishing of the packages, because I got to deal with a lot of tokens and stuff, like API keys and tokens and just things that I don't want to leak. But other than that, yeah, every single thing I've done for Vexilla has been here on stream. Because I want people to be able to like see the whole process. Hey, what's up, Joannis? Yeah, I actually forgot to ask you about this. We are refactoring from throws into results. Is that nicely supported on Linux? Because I didn't even think about that before I started the refactor. Works great on Linux? Perfect. Awesome. So yeah, what we did yesterday was we refactored our major errors that we were doing as like strings into a proper enum. I mean, a lot of people were telling me that result is actually like their preferred way of consuming libraries, etc. Is that not the case? Really? We had a couple other people hop in here saying that they preferred a result. And for the most part, we've refactored to results for a bunch of other languages, right? Kotlin, people said they preferred result as well. What do you prefer, Joannis? I'm curious about that. Is this one of those like let versus const arguments that I got roped into on Twitter? You prefer throws? Okay. Luckily, there's like an easy way to just do the throw anyway, right? Like you can just do a .get. So then it propagates just fine? Okay. Well, how about we do this? In the context of making a library? Yeah, I guess maybe that's the difference, right? People prefer results in their application code, maybe. But, you know, from stuff they're consuming with the library, throw is fine. I don't know. Yeah, I'm not sure. We do have callbacks in at least one part. Yeah. So if we look at our code in the client, right, we've got callbacks for like the get manifest part. But it's not everywhere that we're doing it callback based, right? So it's only for maybe 3 of our top level methods. I guess technically 6 because we got the sync, right? I think no matter what, we want to be consistent with what we're doing, right? So when you're doing something like should, yeah. Yeah, no, that's fine. I get that. Yeah, I'd really appreciate that. Thank you. Throws. Is this the way you would phrase these? Yeah, anything you would you think is clear enough? Perfect. All right. We'll do it for a day. Yeah, let me know what you think. And I'm good. How about you, Joannis? I think I can't say too much about it, but I think we're going to be shipping a feature that is very much along the lines of what you were asking about before, right? Being able to see like PRs to other packages and stuff like that within the focus view. So I think that's coming down the pipeline. I have to test it more in that exact context, and I can't say too much more about it. Yeah, so we'll check that out. I'm also like, I worked on the PR to maybe allow you to pass things to an OpenAI compatible API as well. I need to like fix up that PR still and like, you know, rebase it and do some of that stuff. But we should be able to get that in as well, like eventually, which I think would be cool. So yeah, I'm pretty pumped. That would be for GitLens specifically. I don't know about it in GitKraken, but in GitLens, doing that. You think throws is better? Well, then vote on it. I need your help. Yeah, no worries, Eternal. Yeah, have a good night. That was your vote? Looks like Rise is about to vote for the same thing. But yeah, if you could get a retweet on there, that would be really helpful. Oh, you already did. All right, all right. So we got 2 votes in there now. Wait, isn't that their name? We've had a fever the past couple days. Hey. Got keys to your new house, though? That's legit. Hell yeah. And it is Infinite Red. What's their tag? Infinite_red. Aha. See, Rise, Joannis just said the opposite. Yeah, so, yeah, you know, this isn't one of those things where it's like a 100% decided thing. So I think it's actually a great discussion at this point. Yeah, and I think the thing that you're doing it with matters a lot too, right? Like whether you're doing it with a library or in your application code, like in a bunch of things like that, you know? I think it really does depend. So here's the thing. I've already done the work of creating specific errors, so I might as well at least finish the conversion so that I understand it better. And then we don't have to merge it. I can just undo that commit, and we can leave it with what we have merged already that totally passes all the tests that I need. So, yeah, based upon the result, no pun intended, we can either merge what we end up changing today, or we just disregard it, but it's a good practice, right? I've never used Swift for anything myself. I did Objective-C back in the day, before Swift was popular, or before it was even invented, I think. I did Objective-C like right when Arc was being released, and we weren't allowed to use it in the certificate program I did. So I had to do the whole retain release like cycle, which was good practice. It was my first memory managed language, or my first manual memory management language. So that was a really good learning process for me. And if you're not aware of Arc, it's automatic reference counting. It's basically what powers Swift completely, right? That's their like memory management mechanism. Okay, makes sense. Hey, we already got a couple. Thank you, everyone. Appreciate the retweets, etc. Hold on. What was I doing? Here we go. So 10 votes so far. Dealing with Broadcom. Oof. Okay, Johannes. Nice. Well, yeah, so we already did like the hard part of using all of the errors properly, creating enums, doing like good messaging for those, etc. So we've got a bunch of that done. Right? So that part we're done with, and this is going to be a new commit on top of that that then does the result stuff. And we can always disregard the result. So now I think, yeah, let's just keep doing this migration over here. Oh, and hold on. That's actually something we want to do here. This would be a .map. But we haven't done that refactor yet. So now we need to refactor these parts. Maybe they were doing both. And I guess here's another thing. What if we ship both? We could do Vexilla client that throws, and then we could do Vexilla client result that doesn't. Or Vexilla result client or something. I mean, we'd want to test it for coverage. I don't remember. Yes, we're doing 5.5. Yep, at least for our Docker file. And I think most likely inside of our GitHub action as well. Oh, we could probably use macros. It's easy enough. I could just rename this file, undo the deletion of the old file, and then I'd have both pretty easily. And what up, iSense? How you doing? iSense, you're a Swift developer too, right? I think you were commenting on it, and you said you would prefer the result. I would say based on the voting so far, Jarrell, the default would probably be the throws one, and then Vexilla result client would be the other. It does increase the surface area of these things. Realistically, Vexilla result client would instead maybe do the result try thing. So it'd be a little bit simpler. Right? It would actually just be composable of like consuming the regular Vexilla client inside of Vexilla result client. So yeah, maybe the effort would be more than just the rename like I was talking about. But I'm okay with that. No, it makes sense. Yeah, please, get your vote in. And I think iSense, technically, you can wrap the throwable code into a result with just a single line. So that's not so bad, right? We could also wrap or unwrap our result into a thrown error with .get. So yeah, there's a lot of ways we could do this. Yeah, both are one-liners, so the cost of doing it one way or the other maybe isn't as much. Yeah, I don't know. Just thinking out loud. I mean, it does mean it's useful. It's just maybe not ideal. So completion handlers are one of the big reasons for results. Kind of like what you were saying, right, Joannis? Like that style callback. But yeah, I still think this is a valid exercise for me just to understand the process better. So we're going to keep doing that. Pretty good vote turnout, though. 19 so far. Yeah, I think the retweet really helped. Oop. Exactly. No, I sense. Why do you say that most people voting don't use Swift? That's definitely an assumption you're making. It is a little assholey. No offense. If you're not aware, Joannis here is a core contributor to server-side Swift. Their entire audience is Swift developers. Right? Like, no offense, sorry to dox you. I mean, it is your public name. But yeah, like server-side Swift working group. Right? Maintainer of Mongo Kitten, Hummingbird, Vapor. Yeah, I know. I felt like saying sorry. So, I mean, their audience is most likely the people replying and voting for the most part. So I sense, I know. We're not trying to make it a holy war. I'm just trying to understand it. That's it. No. I'm not trying to say you're dumb. You have your own opinion, and that's fine. What I'm thinking is that I can actually satisfy both of you by creating a wrapper, and then you're good to go. I'm going through the process of refactoring this myself right now just for the fun of it. But what I'm thinking instead is I can do a composable Vexilla result client that uses the throwable client under the hood and does the wrapping for you, and then you're good to go. It's fine, but yeah, don't be so harsh. I think people are going to disagree. That doesn't inherently make them mean or wrong, because this is purely an opinion thing. There is no right or wrong. And I'm not sure I agree with that from what I've seen, but I just don't know. I don't do enough dev, but some other people do. Often using Combine? Okay. Yeah, I don't think I knew that, but yeah, thank you for informing us. So you do a lot of like mobile dev, whereas Joannis tends to use server-side Swift, which can concentrate on newer versions of Swift. If you're having to use older versions of Swift, maybe that's something. Okay. So yeah, maybe it just really truly depends on the version of Swift you're targeting. I could see that. Okay. Ooh, I forgot to refactor this one. So I sense you're talking about like you actually hop on calls with people at Apple that help you migrate, etc. That's awesome. That's really cool. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I'm sure Apple would take an enterprise, like, SLA-based contract. They like money, you know? You mean you want to pay us? Well, okay, we'll have someone hop on a call with you. Like, yeah, sure. Yeah, they do like money. Okay, so wait, here's a quick question. In Swift, are switch statements treated as expressions? So I could probably do some, like, some assignment thing here. Or not switch cases, sorry, switch statements. Not yet in this version. So terawatt hour, what I was getting at was something like let feature equal, and then like using the expressions result as the value that gets assigned here. So that's something you can do in Rust and a bunch of other places, right? Yeah, no, that makes sense, Terawatt. Yeah, so I mean, theoretically, could I just reassign that? Let me double check this. Oh, okay. Yeah. So what I was just trying to do is not supported yet. Let me just fiddle with this a sec. So Terrace, it's really just not ready yet. Sorry. Yeah, you're probably looking at like the old version. Like what SDK are you trying to use as well? Yeah, but I want to be able to like return the failure case. Right? Or let's just do this. Feature. Oh, that definitely has a bug right now. Let me just try this real quick. Here's a question. Is this let feature available later? So if I did this as feature result, right? Or is this let feature actually like scoped only to this block? It looks like it's scoped only to that block. Okay. So this is probably not going to be idiomatic. Just give me a second. Just give me 1 sec. And yes, so I see what you're saying. The app, Terrace, it does need some work. Yep. We're probably going to move on to the app after I can get the SDKs published up. But yes, if you're doing an open source project, right, like if you're open source, feel free to reach out, and you know, if we can, especially if we can do it here on stream, we can work through it. I'd be happy to do that if you want. But yeah, I think I definitely need to fix something in the app right now. I just haven't gotten to that part yet. So yeah, sorry. Trying to like get these SDKs released out first, Then I can focus on the app, and I want to do all of it before the feature flag superstream coming up soon. So yeah. Definitely need to move on to the app. That might be the next thing we do, actually. Because I think that's more important than the Piranha and CLI stuff that I'm looking at. So let me do this real quick. I just want to see something. Yeah, so they're not going to like that, right? Different types. So yes, that's where I'd want to do what you're talking about. Yeah, the formatting's all wonky. Yeah. So, yeah, I get it, Joannis. Just give me a second to noodle on this a bit, because this is how I learn. Right? If I just have everyone give me every single snippet, then I don't learn anything. So let me just poke at it a little bit. Yeah, no worries. No, I gotcha. I'm just, trying to understand Swift a bit better by poking at it, you know? All right, so I think I get what you're getting at, right? We would do feature result here. You think you found a bug in Swift 6 thanks to this? Oh, really? Thanks to this discussion? Cool. Yeah, and let me see what the syntax you said I got to put above. Because that part, I want to be a little sure of. Oh, and terawatt hour. Yeah, I'm not sure about like how your cases can be defined in that way. So yes, let feature some type. So yeah, feature. Right, like that. That's not complaining anymore. Nice. So then here we would just return the error. And this would be let unwrapped error. Yeah, I knew that part at least. If you want to make it fall through, I think you have to explicitly do that, right? Similar to Go. So I like that pattern. Oh, that was towards terawatt. Gotcha. Oh, and I see your comment about fall through. Yep. Okay, so that solves this context here. I don't think it's ideal. Because technically, I could just do a map over the feature result. Right? So like this whole section, right? We could actually comment this, make this feature, right? And then there's some like way that we could map over that. Or do I still need to pattern match on it? Or switch on it? Right? Is there like a cleaner, more idiomatic way? So I guess here's my question, right? Sure. But then how do I make sure that I'm bubbling up the error result, right? Or the result if it's an error. You know, I still want to like bubble up an error there. So I get that it gets mapped. Within that mapping, can I just return? I guess here's my big question. If I map this, where do I do the return of the failure? So it ends up being basically the same. I don't think it actually increases or decreases complexity. It's the same stuff, just different syntax. I think the lines of code and the complexity of it stays the same. Would it be less verbose, though? Maybe a little bit, I guess. I guess we should at least look at it. All right, so here, right, we do .map. I don't actually want to transform it, though, right? I just want to give the feature back out of it. So no matter what, this ends up still staying the same, right? It still ends up being this. Even with a map, it still remains a result, right? So I still need to unwrap that result if I want the feature later, right? And is that what you were doing in that that code snippet? Oh, you were just doing the value above, right? Okay. Yeah, the assignment outside the switch. Yeah, I think I'm just having a hard time understanding it. Like, how we'd refactor that. Oh, and iSense, I just see your comment. You got sour yesterday, but as you said, I'm amazing. Thank you for letting you be a part of the community. Yeah, I don't even remember the sourness. I think you're good. Now I'm kind of curious, so I'm gonna go look. Oh, no, I get it. Nah, you were fine. And yeah, what are you up to, Bexy? How you doing? So yeah, I guess I'm having a hard time seeing where I end up getting the feature out of it, right? But realistically, it would be like I would create a switch, and within the switch that I'm doing, no, and I see that. But even if I return the feature, right? Oh, wait. No. Okay, so I'm not quite sure what I'm doing here. I would return the Boolean? No, because I don't want to return the Boolean. The feature needs to stay the feature type. So maybe I guess what you're saying is all of the logic I have below would then go within this map function? I think that actually increases complexity way more than this step right here. I think anything that increases like the nesting of things here is actually worse. Yeah, no, it's quite a lot of code, right? And I already have like another switch that I'm kind of switching on to. No, yeah, right? So I think here what we're doing by keeping it flatter, I think it actually stays a little simpler. Yeah, I think flatter would be better in this case. Okay, I'm just double checking. So then, yeah, I just want to go up and pretty much replace this entire chunk. The fact that we're duplicating it is already kind of a hint that maybe there is a way to do this better. But because the types are different, it would actually be fine. Yeah, I don't know. I think a little bit of repetition is better than a bad abstraction. Ooh, and that's a good point. One thing to remember, though, terawatt, is that the question mark thing is somewhat new. That didn't exist back in the day. That was added, I want to say, within the past 4 or 5 years. Maybe even more recent than that. I mean, when you consider that Rust has been a thing since 2014, it may be half the time, but at least for half the time Rust has been a thing, that question mark wasn't there. So to call it baked in is to ignore the fact that during half of its life it just wasn't there. Right? When was this added? And what do they call it? I believe so. Oh, never mind. Okay, it's older than I thought. It was added to the Rust 2018 book. Okay. So yeah, Rust 2018 is probably when it was added. So, yeah, that is fairly old. Okay, it's older than I remembered. Stabilized in Rust version 1.13.0. Yeah, I want to see when that was. That is quite a long time ago. Oh man, we're going to be going way back. After, let's do 1.14. $2016. All right. So yeah, no, that's been in there quite a while. Okay. Yeah, never mind. So yeah, Rust has had it for quite a while. That's a good point. I know, right? Yeah, exactly, Terawatt. Shut up. La 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 la. Exactly, right? Exactly. I can't hear you. Nope, didn't happen. Right? That's really funny, actually. I like that. Yeah, what's the big one? Mongo Kitten? Yep, there you go. But yeah, here's the big one. I like this GIF. Hold up, hold up. MongoDB driver is so awesome, it smells fishy. So awesome. Alright. So awesome, one day it will conquer the moon. Oh, dude, yeah. I'm pretty early into, Hold on. Oop. What is the oldest thing I have here? I'm curious about that. And yeah, I got a lot of repos too. No, you can't sort by age? It'll probably be on the last page, right? Right, right. The organizations, etc. Yep. 2013 was my first contribution. S3 Cam JS was my second. So yeah, 2013. I thought I had some stuff on there older than that, but I guess not. Yeah, I could have sworn I had more. I might have been using Bitbucket or something. Yeah, there you go, iSense. That'd be cool. Yeah, check it out. All right, so we can't do the float 32 part here. So this is where we do a map. Oh, I see. And then here I would do something like this. Oh, I have to wrap it in optional? So wait, I did that part. I think I'm doing something just like very simple syntax-wise that I need to fix. Yeah, Joannis, do you understand why it's complaining about this? Yeah, I don't see it either. Expected type after the arrow. Oh, I need in after the type? Oh, that's it. That makes sense. Oh, do I need it after the bracket? I thought this was saying what value we're getting. And then this was for the value we're returning, right? Like it does it here. Oh, really? Oh. Okay. Whoop. All right, so now I just don't need transform. Ah, okay. Oh, and I had a bunch of extra stuff there too. Okay. No, it's my camera that has a dead pixel. There's also a dead pixel right there as well. I'm actually really bummed on it. Yep, no, this is on my camera's end. I'm actually really bummed on it. And there's no way that I can seemingly make the, what's the name of it? The ZVE10 remap the pixels. No, I didn't do it on purpose. It annoys me. But yeah, I don't think I can make the ZVE10 map the pixels. They said there was a way, but I tried and it's not doing anything. So yeah, once my new lens comes in, I'm going to have to fiddle with it. Because, you know, I'll have to pull it off the tripod and everything to fiddle with the new lens anyway. But yeah, kind of bums me out. But yeah, I'm actually kind of bummed on this Sony ZVE10. I think I did just get it last year, so it could be under warranty still, but I don't know. All right, let me keep mapping these. So yeah, this part, this is where we also do that map. Whoops, I definitely messed something up there. Oh, I definitely wanted that. I messed this part up. That's where we do the map. Tab 9 nailing it right there. All right. Damn, look at how many lines we had to change to make the result thing happen. That is a lot of line changes. Yeah, it seems like Kotlin was heavily modeled after Swift. I think I've got 16 gigs in this thing. And yes, it is all occupied at the moment. If you don't use it, you lose it. That's science. It's Intel. It's a 2015. It's so old. It's ancient. I do plan on upgrading soon, but I got other things I need to upgrade first. It still technically works. Intel MacBook Pro. Yeah, I have one of those as well. Yep. So yeah. Technically, we have not wrapped these yet. So this would be the next step. Right, we would turn these async functions into result functions. And again, this is just for the experience of it. Well, I'm not sure how many cycles I have on mine. Yeah, mine's always plugged in. So yeah, the way we end up refactoring this then. And actually, yeah, if we're going to make the other parts results, we should definitely make this a result too, right? Even if it's just for the thought experiment of it. I guess here's the thing, though, right? If the fetch fails, that's actually still on the consumer, right? Ooh, and JSON decoder itself typically throws, right? So I'd have to wrap the JSON decoder part into a result try, right? And then I need to map the response here. Oop. Right, so something like this. And then we have successfully refactored that, right? So then we'd have to do the same thing for all the other fetchers. Makes this code a little more verbose, but it's not that bad. Okay, this is a good thought experiment, though, right? Converting a thrown chunk of code or a throwable chunk of code to result based. I think it makes sense. So then from here, right, this becomes this. Oh, and we don't actually need this because it's so short. We can just make this part of that case. What would be the right way to do this? Because, right, we would then need to actually return a result from this. That way the user knows if it was successful or not. Would we just do that and then error? No. Okay. So we can do that. Oh, and then this is error. And realistically, we could probably shorten this to a single line, right? Where we just return a map of this, but the map would actually be returning a void. So let me see what that ends up looking like. Ooh, and they don't like this as well. Why? Right, and we can't return like that. I could just return like this, because that is a void. Which means that we could do this. Return get manifest, and then here we would do dot map. Oh, and right, I could actually just pass the set manifest as the closure, right? That's a good call, Johannes. Yeah, that's a great call. I like that idea. Oh, yeah, because it's mutating, I can't do that then, huh? So I have to do the part here. Yeah, it's a mutating thing. So, I mean, that looks okay to me. Yeah, it's a thought experiment, right? Just to make sure we can do it. I like this so far. I mean, so we'd have to refactor our tests to be sure. Oh, actually, set manifest. Yeah, so then set flags, we don't need to do the return. Never mind. It is mutating, though. Oh, but we have to do a result because this can fail. Right. So then what would be the fix here? Oh, we gotta do it with that syntax. Okay, that makes more sense. Good enough. Oh, so I could just... Okay, so that's similar to Rust or whatever, right? Which would you prefer seeing in a code base? I'm going to guess the parentheses. Right, these inner ones. Right, those guys. The void. Right, you'd prefer in code to see that over the void thing? I mean, we just did, though. Like that. Is it? Oh, is that what those mean? Yeah, like, to me, it looks like it totally compiles. Okay, so maybe this placeholder has a default in it, too. The underlying parentheses. Okay. I'm gonna guess this is common enough. like, yeah, tab 9's kind of killing it. Oop. What's up, Madi? How you doing? We're using tab 9 as like an AI auto-completion tool. So it's the thing that's doing a lot of these, like filling in the cases and some of those things. Oh, not what I wanted. Oh, do you guys know each other? Oh, that's cool. Nice. Oh, and that's right. I ended up doing a map of something, right? No, Get Manifest still does this part. And then that gives us one more error here, where we probably want to do that as the mapping stuff that we're doing there. Right, and because this could be an error, what's the right way to handle this part? Because, yeah, setting the manifest doesn't have a way it can throw, but setting the flags does. So this is its own special case. Hmm. Oh, someone sent me a DM. Let me double check it. Ah, it's to the group. Yeah, cool. Yeah, we're gonna get some ambassadors from Get Kraken to help us test things for our upcoming release. It's gonna be cool. Oh, and where is server-side SwiftConf? I didn't even know there was one. London. Ooh, gotcha. When is it? Oh, that's a ways. Okay. Yeah, I need to get my passport so I can actually go to international events too. Pretty spendy tickets, but could be worth it. All right, so back to this part. How do we want to map this error properly? Yeah, I've never been to London. I've never been outside the US besides a quick trip to Vancouver, Canada. Talks are very deep info. Gotcha. Yeah, even though there's probably, like, not a high chance of getting accepted, if I had my passport, I'd probably try and propose a talk about Vexilla. Especially if they do lightning talks. I guess, yeah, let me look. Ah, and this is where you do the submission, then you gotta log in. Ah, and they're doing it through paper call. Interesting. Yeah, I still think there would be some value in maybe, like, even, like, discussing how you helped me decide on the version that we want to support and things like that. I've never actually submitted to a conference using paper call. Yeah, I often end up seeing people like use paper call for the announcement, but then actually registering to talk happens through other things. Yeah. I've used paper call for discovery, but every event that I've actually tried to, like, submit to did their own, like, form for submission, which I find interesting. But I haven't tried to submit to that many, so, you know. Could be a thing. I just submitted to JS Nation today about the libgit2 nodegit stuff. Hopefully for a lightning talk. I really, really want to get accepted, so I'm going to keep applying. I got until July 1st. I want to get accepted to JS Nation and React Summit, like the 2 US ones, because they're happening over the same, like, 3-day period. So there'd be a lot more value in, like, going there, hanging out, going to both conferences, going to both speaker and dinners and parties and stuff. I feel like that'd be fun. Because I really enjoyed it last year. I thought it was a great event. There you go. Hell yeah. So, Joannis, I got a question. How would you do this part? Is this a spot where I'd be better off doing my, like, switch stuff rather than trying to map it? Just because we got, like, a nested result with the set flags function? I think so. Well, set flags is synchronous. Keep that in mind. Right? The thing we're mapping over after the await is fine. I guess, like, here's the thing. It's not complaining. No worries. That's fine. So yeah, basically set flags here does return a result because there is like a lookup error that could happen. I guess flat map is probably what I'd want to do. Maybe, right? Okay. And that's easy. Oh, that was super easy. Yeah, it's warning of an unused result. Exactly. So flat map is the way I get the result back out to the top. That's easy. All right. Well, yeah. So that actually means we're basically done with that part. We would then have to go and do Vexilla client tests, and a bunch of this stuff would then be broken. I'm a little surprised that Vexilla client tests here isn't actually throwing, or isn't like giving us any grief. All right, so let me do this. Oh, and that's where scheduling. Yeah, so I definitely want to stash what we got. Oh, oh, yeah, dude. Right? Just because they're requiring people to sign up for a PlayStation Network account or whatever, or to like link it. So yeah, that's crazy how much they're shooting themselves in the foot. They were on track for like Game of the Year. Yep. Yeah, they were on track for Game of the Year. If they don't dial this back, there's no way they're getting it. Yeah. Mistakes were made. Exactly. Oh, where'd you get the golden kappa, Sergeant Pepper? Right? Because they expire, right? Or is that still one you have from the Thor Pirate Software thing, right? Once you have it, do you have it forever? I know nothing about the golden kappa. Oh, it's 24 hours? So is the Primogen hype train today? Nice. Did he break Thor's record? Probably not. Yeah, exactly, Joannis. It's a terrible idea. They are really messing up. He got about 10% to Thor's record. Yeah, success. Yeah, otherwise they're going to have to issue refunds, I think. Which is also going to shoot themselves in the foot and probably worth way more than whatever PlayStation was going to try and pay them to get them on the platform. I guess. Well, no, I was going to say, do they require it so that they could do crossplay? But you don't need that for Madden, right? I don't need a PlayStation account to play Xbox to PlayStation. But maybe that's something that Xbox does under the hood automatically. You don't need a PSN account for crossplay. Yeah. Well, I mean, I guess here's what I'm getting at. Oh, like you've done crossplay with Helldivers before specifically. Yeah, very strange. Okay. Yeah, so I don't know. I really do wonder what the reasoning for that was. Including voice and everything? Huh. I mean, here's the big thing. Would they actually cover travel? And my guess is no. Yeah, exactly. So, yeah. Yeah, it'd be a lot harder for me to justify a flight to the UK. Like, on my own dime. Yeah, exactly, right? And yeah, I'm not expecting it. If, big if, I'm able to secure some services contracts, then I can start considering it as like a business expense to fly to some of these events to talk about Vexilla. But I can't do that yet. Vexilla makes 0 money, but it also costs 0 money, so that's better than a lot of startups. Right? Flat even is actually pretty good. I'm scheduling that tweet for sure. How do I just add it to a draft? I guess I have to do drafts a different way. Yeah, oh well, whatever. So I think this is just plain incorrect. Your Citadel Swift UI adventure. Oh, that sounds cool. You save up credit card points for airfare? That's not a bad idea. Yeah, I don't currently have anything that I would plan on buying with my credit card points. And cashing them out to like Amazon, like purchase credits, you lose like 30% of the value right off the top. It's a UI rendered to a terminal application served over SSH. Oh, that's legit. Nice. What are CC points? So you get cash back that they typically store up in a balance for you to like redeem on things through your credit card company. And the longer you wait to spend it, the more money they make off of it due to inflation. Oh, damn. Amex is American Express. Exactly. Yeah, American Express does kind of sound like a railway company. That's a good call. Huh. I didn't even think about that. Oh yeah, same Sgt. Pepper. Yeah, I don't maintain a balance, which reminds me I probably need to pay off my credit card this month. So yeah, hold on. Let's go look at the tweet again. It's actually a closer race than I was expecting so far. I wonder how many people Amatocino mentioned or like conversed with. You know, like he says all his Swift comrades at work. How many do we think that is? Because that would definitely increase this a bit. But yeah, I'm going to say what we got now is fine. I might try and get things pushed up to a branch that maybe we take a look at and do something different with later. I'm going to say that we can probably release with just the throwable version of things. And then eventually, if there's demand for, like, you know, we can create an issue for creating a Vexilla result client for Swift. That would be good. So yeah, since our tests passed, closes 51, we're going to call it good, squash and merge. There does seem to be some demand for a result-based client from this poll on Twitter. Rocket emoji. So yeah, I'm going to say we ended up merging that other one. When we look at what we got here, I think we're good. Let's give this a label. All right, and this gets into what Terrace was talking about. Let's go look at our app, right? We know that stuff's fine. That's just the extension being wrong. What time is it? 5:14? Yeah, I think it's time for a whiskey. What's everyone up to today? Anything fun? And yeah, is Jacob MG Evans planning on doing his Code and Life? Let me double check that real quick. So yeah, let's pour a beverage. And yeah, so the thing we want to do now is figure out why the app is not working. That is a little more annoying because it was working at one point. Yeah, okay, so he did miss last week. I was looking last week and I didn't see it, but I could have just missed it. Yeah, I guess let's pop the app open into its own desktop. We can close Affinity. I can get some of that RAM back. Alright, so yeah, the repository is the thing missing for now. What do we see here? So yeah, branches is no good. So yeah, that right there should not be firing at least. So yeah, we got some fixes to make. We've got that .env file. I don't see a backup of that .env. Let me just do something here. That was loud. So yeah, app name, client ID, base URL, those all seem fine. So that's stuff that I can actually show. Alright, well, yeah, let's launch it up locally. That we can leave. I do need another tab here. In here we got a .env and we don't have the backup there. That one probably has the actual get auth token that we care about, so we leave that. And we can actually just edit that over in here. I'm going to remove that then. Because we're not using core pack. Uh, 5173. Well, that looks even worse. What's going on there? So it looks like the access token is not coming back right. Let's refresh and double check. Ooh, bad request. All right, let me check one more thing. The client ID and client secret are passed incorrectly. All right. They're there. But, hold on. Okay, so we know that they're in there. Let me double check SvelteKit environment variables here. Right, so we see $ENV dynamic private. App base URL should be good there. I'm really curious about this part. Maybe I messed with the secret. Oh, let's see. Any notifications? Oh, someone created the issue. Hey, thanks, K9 Sniffer. Yeah, that's a good call. We'll need to do that here soon. But yeah, no, this is gonna be for me as a developer. Oh, but I need to do it from Vexilla. Gotta do this part. Oh, and I can check this real quick. We see client secret. And that doesn't look like it. Is my client ID correct? Client ID is right, so it's just the secret. I must have generated a new one. I think I accidentally leaked it at one point. I delete the old one. We call that good. Close that out. We get pnpm dev going. All right, we get logged in. And we actually get the repository. Huh. If I just make that all repositories? Hmm. Yeah, so that's always expected to be that way. If I do this part, though... we see user installations 428343999. Oh, so yeah, that's actually the wrong installation there. Oh. Oh. All right, so that's actually the issue. I think we have that hard-coded somewhere. If we look at configuration... go look at onboarding form here. Right, and then we have forms per provider. The GitHub form here. All right, we see app name, client ID, sure. There we do the refresh, so then it's in Git form that we're actually linking out. Aha. So GitHub app name, are we hard coding that? We are. So that needs to be an environment variable instead. And this is within the React app. So yeah, that was the issue we had.
Thanks for the support. X_F_K_T_T_Aero_R emerges as a master of illusion and manipulation, harnessing the power to distort reality and perception. They wear a suit laced with digital screens that refract light, making them nearly invisible and able to project terrifying illusions to disorient their enemies. Their origin story begins deep within the confines of a forgotten digital realm, where they were once a leading scientist specializing in augmented reality, until an experiment gone awry merged their consciousness with their creation, granting them unprecedented abilities. Now, bending the fabric of perception to their will, they aim to reshape the world in their image, believing that only through chaos can true order be found. Their arch-nemesis, dubbed the Clarifier, is a tech genius with the ability to see through illusions and counter digital threats, dedicating their life to stopping X_F_F_K_T_T_T_D_R's reign of terror and
It does that part really bad. Oh, it does that part so bad. Yeah, so I forget what the command is, but we got a thing, right? I have an announcer that will imagine you as a superhero. Technically, it's a super villain now. When you subscribe, resubscribe, or gift 100 bits or more. If you gift a sub, it will interpret that user's name instead. And yeah, exactly, Terawat. And yeah, Terrace, are you out there? I think we figured out what the bug is. I need to do this part right. Oh, and Veet GitHub app name is actually there. So we're good. I think, yeah, I want to turn this into Screaming Snake Case. All right, so this is fix slash app slash we don't actually have an issue made for this. We'll just push it up, right? Fast and loose. Yeah, make sure that the GitHub app name is pulled from the env. Good enough. All right, so app is here, redeploying. You shared a good meme? Let me go check it out. That is a good one. I think you guys should be able to see that now. Yeah, yeah, you shouldn't need to actually like open it in Discord. Yeah, it's a solid meme. Here, we'll look at it here on stream while we're deploying. Mac now supports Windows. All right, looks like we should be live now, which means when we do this, we refresh. That refresh does nothing. Here we pop it open. We continue as styrofoam pad. Ooh, and if we haven't given it access, I guess we just have to uninstall it. All right, so we go log in, we click install. So I think that's a flaw in how I have the app configured. Oh, wrong thing. Oh, wrong settings. Oh, there we go. Oh, okay. Let me go look at what I have set up for dev over here. So we have 3 permissions selected. They are contents, pull requests, and I guess pull request counts as 2. Oh, and metadata. Okay, so now, boom, we got it. Repository, branch, there we go, nice. Okay, so yeah, Tejas, are you still out there? Or Terrace, I think it was. I forget. It might have been Tejas. Let me know. Should be able to get a little further now. We see some changes. I want to accept all of these changes into my local, because we don't have any locally for this. We merge the remote changes in. And I think, yeah, there's some user experience stuff we could do better with this section over here. And I think that was a big thing that Graham and Todd Libby were pushing back on, right? Because they're not necessarily sure what some of these things even mean. right? So we got another feature group, and ooh, this part's not scrollable. That's a bug. So then, yeah, here we got that. If I zoom in just a bit more and add another, then yes, we've got this as a bug still. So yeah, we got more work to do, and I think we're gonna move fast and loose on some of these. Freaks, are you still out there? Because you asked if, you know, there was something you could get going. What I would say is start fiddling with this and trying to set it up and see what you think could be better about the process, stuff like that. But if not, no worries. Zitja. I don't know if I pronounced that right. Let me know and I'll try and do better. Yeah, first thing I can really see is that I want to make this individually scrollable. We probably want to start getting some stuff into this, like, top bar, too. So Dan, I would say try again. We just fixed a major bug. The reason you weren't able to do it is because we had the wrong Vexilla app name configured. So if you can give it another try, that'd be cool. Whenever you get time. Keep in mind that the SDKs have not been published yet. So this is more about just the application itself, right? This app, and how it wires to like GitHub and things like that. So yeah, the SDKs are coming soon, but this is more about just, you know, create a repo that only it has access to. That way it's not accessing anything else and it's not a big deal. And yeah, like, you know, helping me figure out the application part of things is going to be huge. Anyone consider themselves having design chops? If there's stuff you want to improve about the designs here, that'd be cool. I'm glad that we're finally moving back to this part, though. Because it means that we're making some really good progress now. And yeah, I think I just need to get those SDKs published up, even if the READMEs aren't perfect. It's better than nothing. We can always improve it further, you know? I would love to automate the publish process for things, too. Right, like as we make fixes and new features for the SDKs, being able to just auto-publish the new versions, that would be great. Used to do rave house party flyers in the 90s? Ooh. So basically what you're saying is that you were tires from the show Spaced? You lucky people! Oi hoy! If you haven't seen the show Spaced, well, now you got homework. Ooh, I don't know that reference, Steel Toad, actually. Yeah, it's a great show to watch on the chill stream. And Tires might be my favorite character. The way, like, he just starts randomly hearing, like, techno music from, like, random things. Like, you know, the kettle goes off and then some other stuff starts tapping and the phone starts ringing. He's just like, yeah. Like, he's just into it. Yeah, he's great. I think he's my favorite character on the show. All right. So yeah, we're going to fix this scrolling bug. There's definitely more we want to do. That might be a fun thing to work with the Coppinger on. Right? If he wants some help hammering out some stuff for his things, right? We could help contribute to his, you know, projects in some way as like a work trade. If he's willing to kind of think about like the design aspects of the Vexilla app. And I'd say keep it scoped to the Vexilla app specifically. You know, not get him in on like the marketing site because meh. Though we do want them to feel consistent with each other. Hyperdrive. Oh, yes. Yeah. No. Hyperdrive. I really liked that show. Yeah. Let me double check. It is Hyperdrive, right? There's another show that I really liked too. Hyperdrive show. Not that. This one. Yeah. It was. Yeah. Yeah, he just kicked off that 30-day stream, right? But, you know, he's got projects he wants to work on. I don't know, we'll chat with him about it. Maybe that's where we go raid today. Yeah, I really liked this show. Yeah, some of the aliens were really good. Yeah, I'm a little bummed it only got 2 seasons, but towards the end of the second season, they were definitely, like, starting to blow it a bit. Is this streaming anywhere? Because I'd love to watch that over on Gaming Stream. It's free on Pluto? Oh, shit. Oh, shit. That might be what we watch over on Gaming Stream tonight. That's awesome. Ah, that's awesome. Oh, that's awesome. All right, I'm gonna have to remember that. All right, let's fix this styling bug. Avenue 5 with Hugh Laurie? No, I've never even heard of it. Is it new or old? Oh, it's like brand new, huh? Okay. Yeah, X Factor, because it's British, they only do 6 episodes a season. Looks like only place to watch it is HBO. So yeah, it'll be a while before I end up seeing it. Damn, look at that cast, though. They got, what's his name? Yeah, this dude. Oh, that's awesome. I like how he looks so haggard. Yeah, instead of like the clean cut individual he normally is. Josh Gad's in it? What? Okay. Well, shit. Now I'm gonna have to watch it. I don't recognize that many other actors, though. Ooh, yeah, that looks great. Troubled crew of Avenue 5, a space cruise ship filled with spoiled, rich, snotty space tourists, must try and keep everyone calm after their ship gets thrown off course into space and ends up needing 3 years to return to Earth. Oh, dope! Josh Gad's character looks great. Alright, well, note to self. Got a new show to watch. But let's finish up, or not finish up, let's do some more work. So when we look at the general layout, alright, we are here in app.tsx. We got the app shell over here. We got the nav bar. Got the status bar. We got a minimum height. Base. I think that's base width 300. Let's go look at the Mantine docs. There we go. So the app shell is fantastic. It's really nice. But height configuration here. We don't care about configuring the header's height. little surprised the navbar doesn't have any props of its own, but oh no, this is where they get listed. So yeah, with border Z index, that's all we end up getting. And yeah, still no Jacob M.G. Evans doing a Code and Life. I think main reason he didn't do it last week is because he was at React Miami or whatever, right? But I find it strange that he's not doing it this week either. Maybe he's trying to catch up on work. Let's do a calc 100 VH. Let's say minus 4 REM, something like that. Oh, you know what? Did I forget to save a file? Because, yeah, navbar class name should be good there. Wait a minute. So this is the wrong way to do the styling for that. Instead, it would be something like navbar, not offset breakpoint, not class names. What are the props we would pass to app shell to make that navbar stylable? So here we see root, app shell root. App shell body, navbar root. And that's the class they were saying, right? I think we need to update Mantine. And what'd they say? 7.9.0? We'll see what breaks. And yeah, how's everyone doing? Anyone doing anything fun? Anyone got any fun weekend plans or anything? For you, it's a long weekend? Like, you had Friday? Oh, since last Friday. Oh, damn, that's a really long weekend. That's legit. Hell yeah. So what did you do on your vacation? Yeah, there you go, Sergeant Pepper. Smoked burgers. Really? I've never even thought about smoking a burger. Oh, it's 3 a.m. for you. Damn, Tarawa. Yeah, where are you from? If you don't mind answering. That's right, that's right. I'm sorry, I keep forgetting. People are from all over, and yeah, if it doesn't come up often enough, I might not remember it. So that's my fault. So wait, how do you do this? You grind your brisket trimmings and your rib trimmings, mix them together, and then smoke it? That sounds great. When you say trimmings, like, what do you mean? Right? Like, brisket, I kind of feel like you would just do as you would, and then you shred it anyway, don't you? Oh, you got to do it so it smokes evenly. Good call. Good catch. That makes sense. Oh, you don't shred it. You just slice it against the grain. Okay. Interesting. All right. Yeah, that makes sense. Brisket smoking streams? There you go. How long does it take to smoke a brisket? I'm curious about that. That's one reason I'd be really stoked on moving to, like, somewhere other than this apartment, because then I could do, like, smoker stuff. Yeah, like, how long does it take? I'm curious. RTIC cooler? Wait, what is RTIC cooler? Yeah, that's a really long stream. Like, you're gonna be up a lot. Yeah, so that's like the smoking part, though, right? So then you got a whole next day that you got to do the actual, like, cooking part. Okay, makes sense. No, not right now. I used to have an extension for it. We can definitely make the extension again at some point. Yeah, integer overflow. It's infinity minus 1. There's no way we're at 9,000. It's probably... I don't know. It's only like 120. Only slightly clipped on the left. It's not that bad. And I broke everything with that update. 25% of the challenge. How much longer we got? 18 days left. Y'all are going to have to step it up. Those are rookie numbers. Alright, what's the error here? Import not found header. Wait, really? Okay. So now it's a config that we pass it. Aha.
Thanks for the support. Terawatha, also known as the Infinite Power, is a supervillain with the ability to control and manipulate all forms of energy. They can absorb, convert, and redirect electricity, radiation, and even the kinetic energy of moving objects, making them nearly unstoppable. Their origin story begins in a high-tech laboratory, where during an experimental procedure to harness the energy of a supernova, they were bombarded with a cosmic energy wave, granting them their powers. Terawatha seeks to expand their power by draining energy sources worldwide, plunging humanity into darkness. Their arch-nemesis is the Green Guardian, a hero harnessing renewable energies to counteract Terawatha's energy-draining schemes, aiming to protect the world and its natural resources from their grasp.
That one's good. If you want that recording, just let me know. I'm going to download it. I really like that one. So yeah, if you want that, just send me a message over on Discord, and then I can send you the downloaded clip. That's fine. I'm going to keep it. So we're using Vappy.ai. Vappy.ai is gluing together it's basically taking what I pass to it, and it then passes it to something like ChatGPT, right? As a prompt, I give it the name and the prompt that it passes, and then it comes back with the response from ChatGPT, and then it turns that into a voice using whatever provider we decide, and the current one is PlayHT, which is the voice provider. So it's really just gluing together a bunch of stuff. And yeah, the Vappy website is amazing. It's really good. And their dashboard, I've seen their dashboard go from like, yeah, it's got some features, to like, it's getting really good. Like, they're adding all sorts of features very quickly. So yeah, the Vappy team is killing it. Like, really proud of them. So yeah, basically Vappy, and I missed a step there because we're not doing the voice part, but Vappy will actually glue together another AI that takes our voice and turns it into text, and then it passes that text to an AI like ChatGPT to have it give a response, and then it takes that and turns it into, you know, audio again. So it's like gluing all these things together. You could do it yourself, but that's like a bunch of effort and probably some time that you don't need to spend doing that. So Dan, it should. Let me double check. Right, like, all that got saved for me. If I go to config, it should populate. If you try and do like a hard refresh, does it end up working? Because if so, then maybe that's just a thing that happens on the initial config. Because saving should be automatic, right? We're wiring up to Yotai, and Yotai is doing an automatic save as the data changes. Maybe what you're getting at is you configured the repository that you gave access to the app to, but you still need to select that repository from the list. If there's only one, it should select it automatically, though. But yeah, all of this stuff should be auto-saving to your local storage anyway. So yeah, Dan, yeah, let me know what you end up trying. If you end up getting it to work, that'd be pretty dang cool. And yeah, thank you for that sub. I really do appreciate that, Terawatt. Oh, and hold on. My Solana has been unstaked. I am now selling it. After some good bumps today. Yeah. I'm okay with that. So yeah, I'm liquidating a bunch of my crypto. I'm gonna wait for another crash. If one doesn't hit, then it doesn't hit. This is not financial advice. But yeah, Dan, I'm really curious. Like, I'd love to like troubleshoot the issue you're having, because that would really help me out. But okay, so hold up. When it says pass a configuration, interesting. Okay. Would you be willing to create an issue about this? And if you're willing, maybe do like a screen recording? Like, especially like a specific portion of your screen, that way you're not leaking the URL necessarily, because I think the URL shows like a login code that I don't think can be reused without my secret and some of that stuff, but at the end of the day, like, it's worth it to be safe. Yeah, that'd be really cool. Thank you, Dan. Well, hold on. We got a shout out. Jamin. Jamin's the man. Dude, he's such a dude. Yeah, he's such a good dude. Yeah, so make sure you're not leaking anything. And yeah, hopefully we're good. Yeah, I'd be really curious, yeah, if we can get a good reproduction. Bad cop. That was a solid burp. Dude, how old is his daughter? That's a shitload of makeup for what looks like a 10-year-old? I think I'm actually closer to Gollum than I am a Hobbit at this point. All right, so let's do another whiskey. Let me double check. No, the refresh actually just refreshes if the installation is there. This button is the one to actually select the configs, right? The repositories. So that button next to repositories is actually it. So if you mouse over, right, edit your repositories access is what it kind of says there. And this one is just simply, do we not have a, we don't even have a hover text for it. Shit. I forget what the refresh there means. But yeah, like this is the button that you would use to actually like reconfigure things. So maybe the refresh there isn't intuitive. No, that's fine. I think you're totally right in pointing out that maybe it's not that intuitive. And I got to fix something there. I don't know what yet. All right, so back to what we're doing here. App shell header doesn't have a height, but header I think I'm misunderstanding how they want to actually do this part. Oh. Interesting. All right. So these components actually move out to here. Interesting. All right. So I was misunderstanding that completely. So then here we grab this component. And then from there, app shell main is the thing we wrap that with. I actually like this change. I really like this change. Yeah, good change. Yeah, Mantine. I really like Mantine as a library. They kill it. So yeah. Whoops, not what I wanted. So now what's the issue? Oh, okay. Oh, okay. Oh, breakpoint is SM. Hmm. So that should just be a warning. God, it looks really ugly. Oh, interesting. one, we get the scrollability by default from it. Fuck yeah. Ah, nice. Okay, so it's not perfect, but that was the big part. We needed that CSS there. I believe we are already doing the Mantine provider thing, but with normalized CSS is no longer a thing. So yeah, we need to keep upgrading this part. All right, so here, real quick, I gotta use the restroom. Just give me a sec. I'm gonna go pee. And yeah, updating to the latest Mantine was probably worth it, but I bet we broke all sorts of stuff. Right? Like, yeah, a bunch of these icons just look terrible. Yeah, we definitely got some work to do. But I think it's worth it. I think what we can do is start to compare what we have in production for some of these, right? And we're really close. Like, yeah, after fixing some of it, I think we're good. The fact that it fixed all of our scrollability issues right there is really good. I'm happy about that. But it did break a bunch of our button styling. So we're going to have to figure that out. So yeah, let me go use the restroom. And yeah, we got a bunch of styling issues to fix. So BRB, give me a sec. I'm going to put you all on this scene. And I'm back. Alright, so yeah, button styling stuff we gotta deal with. Yes, it seems to me like they changed up a bunch of their button classes. That sounds great, Dan. Yeah. Yeah, I'm going to have a bunch of bug fixes to make. But yeah, I think that's our biggest bit here on stream. Like, yeah, we need to... really need to make this thing solid at this point. And that'll take some effort. But we can do it. We got time. We got all weekend, because Sunday is Cinco de Mayo. So I'm gonna need to go pick up some tequila. And margarita mix. And salt. I think I have rock salt still from last year's Cinco de Mayo. Oh yeah, I'll be cooking tacos. I got the taco fixins. I think we're good there. I might need to pick up onion and cilantro, but that's easy. That's the easy part. You're doing some carnitas yourself? Ooh, there you go. It does. Yeah, and I need better like tests as well. Hold on. So let me look at what all we got here, and let me do a refresh. So yeah, left icon does not exist on that element anymore. So yeah, I think there's a bunch of like button stuff we need to fix now. Did I miss it? Here we go, buttons. All right. I'm gonna guess your name is Moonshine. Damn, 4 a.m. where you're at? Yeah, no worries, Dan. Yeah, have a good night. We'll chat again soon. So yeah, what's up, Moonshine? I will admit, I'm not a big fan of corn whiskey. In fact, most of the bourbons I don't enjoy that much are a little too corn heavy. But to each their own. If you like moonshine, I hope you enjoy moonshine. And what's up, Research Dev? How's my day been? My day's been solid. I think we got to a good decision process for some of our Swift stuff. Were you one of the Swift developers as well, Research Dev? More Golang, Bash, and Terraform. Got it. That makes sense. No worries. Just couldn't remember. We have a tweet going in which we're kind of like quizzing people that do Swift in general, and it's actually getting way more even at this point. Rewrote your entire deployment script repo in the process of 9 hours today. You're thoroughly beat. Yeah, that's like 9 hours of coding is too much. So hold on, Moonshine, do you mean run Cypress tests inside of GitHub Actions? What you probably want to do is inspect the console, and I bet you're getting some kind of like rendering error with the thing you're trying to test. So make sure that you're finding some way to output the contents of like the console log from within that Cypress instance. That would probably be a good like first thing to like check. So we don't necessarily want to see that like something has been done. But yeah, you do want to see like what the contents are. Hold on. There's definitely a way to do this. I'm forgetting what it is. So this might be what you're looking for. But yeah, I think you basically want to see if there's any logs happening inside of Cypress that would give you a hint about like what failed to load. So yeah, sorry yeah, it's been a while since I've done that. All right, so what are the various types that we have here? So those are your assertion errors. Those are the errors that Cypress had, but it might not actually be the errors that happened inside of the console of Chrome when trying to load the page. Right, so that error right there is like your Cypress selector failing, rather than maybe some error that happened inside of Chrome. So I would say, I don't know if you were looking, but there was that electron error thing that we saw somewhere, right? So enable, like electron enable logging. I think you want to see what's being logged to the console from Chrome inside of that browser instance, not just what Cypress is deciding to tell you failed. I'm going to guess real quick that what you're trying to render is something like a single page application, right? Like an SPA, and that SPA is failing to load due to something. So you need to figure out why that's failing to load. That's my guess. I don't know for sure. I understand, but the way that application is rendered is the important part. Is it a single page application, right? A SPA that is being rendered without any server-side rendering. If you're not aware of what a SPA or a single page application is, it's the standard React application without any server-side rendering or any of that stuff. Now wait, hold on. Let's leave those two props for now. It is a spot. Yeah, for sure. So I assumed so, and I kind of knew so. That's like the main way that you'd end up only ever seeing a blank page. So yeah, there you go. You need to figure out why that is not actually succeeding in its initial render. So double check that part, and you need to see why the browser is seeing an empty page, and that would be the internal Chrome logging, so I think it's that Electron thing. Oh, so yeah, there's a bunch of stuff that broke. All right, we'll worry about no clamp on blur here in a second. Let's keep going through the list. Stuff broke there too. Wait, is compact no longer a prop? What up, El Minson? How you doing? What are you up to? Yeah, cheers, man. Doing good, about to study some Rust. Yeah, when you say study some Rust, are you like reading through the book, or are you actually like building something with it to learn it? I would recommend trying to build something first, then read through the book. That way you have some context. Because reading through the book doesn't actually help unless you've actually tried. Both? All right, perfect. Just making sure. get it. I get it. What are you familiar with in general? Oh, you've already built 3 bots, so you've built some stuff already. Gotcha. So yeah, you're good to go. You've done that part. Now you're reading the book to try and be better about it. Cool. Awesome. I'm wondering if they have like a migration guide. Oh, hold on one second. There you go. So I think it's a good post. I'd actually recommend breaking it out into like smaller chunks that you explain a little bit of, because it'll help you understand it more. Right? Like having a big chunk, like, hey, here's the final result, but after this part, I'm going to dig into like the other bits and like what each section is doing. That could be worthwhile. I don't know. Like, it just depends. Right? And if you're doing it from like a purely learning standpoint, I would say maybe, you know, like, even if you don't have anything that you're trying to explain more about this snippet of code, at least give it some context of like, I really like the match syntax and the blah, 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 right? Like, you know, it's really good. You know, just saying something about it in smaller chunks could be worthwhile. And I would maybe save like the whole thing until the end, right? And once we put it all together, we get blank. I don't know, could be good. It's up to you. But it's more about like explaining to people like your journey through making this thing rather than just like, here it is, have fun. Moonshine. So let me put it this way. There you go. Yeah, that's fine. I'm not saying edit what you got now. I'm saying like, yeah, a little note for the future about making a blog post. Yeah, exactly. Yep. As far as am I mainly a front-end dev? I spent most of my career doing front-end lead type work, right? For small teams, nothing huge. I've done full stack, and I am full stack, and the stuff you might see me do here on stream is very full stack. I have strong opinions about serverless versus monolith and things like that, right? I try not to bring those opinions too forthright, though. But for the thing I'm building right now, this UI you see, this is the app for a feature flag system, right? And when I say system, it includes SDKs. The SDKs that I have built are Rust, Go, Elixir, JavaScript and TypeScript technically, Python, PHP, C#, Swift, Kotlin, and OCaml. So we've got 10 SDKs so far, and there's at least 4 more planned. As far as like our initial set of official SDKs go. I am one of the more polyglot streamers you will find on Twitch, as far as like programming languages go. I'm not saying I'm the only one, but if there's a list of the top 10, I'm in that top 10. I'm not going to say where in that top 10 because I'm not trying to rank myself. But yeah, somewhere in the top 10 of like, yeah, who is productive with the most amount of languages? I'm somewhere up there. Yeah, definitely top 10. I'm not leaving that up to debate. I agree with that emphatically. That's why I said it. Right? If I was to think about the other people in the category, or like in that top 10, without actually ranking them, the Primogen, Tej, the Russian guy, I'm spacing on his name right now. I think Bad Cop's really good with a bunch of languages. Theo's got a few under his belt. I don't know if that puts him in the top 10 or not. Right? Anyone else people can think of as like examples of polyglot developers here on Twitch? And the Russian guy, I'm trying to remember his name right now. I'm just spacing on it. Soding. That's it. Pirate Software? Like, what languages is Pirate Software proficient with? My guess was going to be C#, maybe C++. I don't know what, like, frameworks he uses, but... yeah. If you like the music, if you do ! Song, you can get a link. As long as my bot's not crashed. I hope my bot's not crashed. Yeah, we're good to go. So yeah, ! Song, and you got yourself a link. Yeah, no worries. Oh, he does JS. Okay. Everyone does JS. There you go. Yeah, I'll agree with that. But yeah, being able to be productive with a bunch of different languages, I think is a major skill. Does it mean that you're not the expert at a specific language? Sure. I know I'm not. I have spent the majority of my career doing JavaScript, TypeScript, but, you know, I've done PHP for ages. I did C# in school. I have a certificate for Objective-C development. You know, I like building stuff. And sometimes building things requires using a language you might not be familiar with. It is. Yeah, it's mostly true. You can make a bunch of languages do all sorts of stuff, but sometimes one language really lends itself to a specific task. If I want to build a CLI tool that I want to have released out to people where they don't need Node installed, I'm probably going to pick Go. Yeah. You know, things like that. But yeah, real quick, I do need to pour more water so that this whiskey tastes way better than drinking it straight. So give me just a second. I'll be right back. Hold on. We haven't done one of these for a while. Let's do this scene. Oh, looks like that scene doesn't work. Well, that's fun. All right, BRB then. And yes, I agree with that there. Great. Yep. Yeah, good ideas are portable. For sure. Alrighty, and I'm back. So yeah, good ideas are portable. I need some kind of food in my belly if I'm going to keep drinking whiskey. All right, so we got people missing the point. Yeah, no, exactly. Like, dude, the person saying just ask AI is being a dick about it. So is this person. These guys are dismissing the question rather than actually acknowledging it. There is actually zero value to what these two fucking guys said. Exceptions should be exceptional. Fuck off, man. Certain languages encourage certain patterns. I've dealt with those types of assholes when applying for a job because they were Go developers. But when working in a JavaScript API, you need to do try-catch when dealing with async await. But no, exception should be exceptional. Fuck you. Those Go developers simply don't understand front-end JavaScript development, and they don't want to at this point, if they're going to use that statement to disregard actually good try-catch code in JavaScript. So yeah, I've dealt with this type of pedantic asshole before. I've dealt with this one too. They're basically the same pedantic asshole. They're ignoring the fact that certain languages have patterns they prefer. An error thrown from an async await HTTP request is not exceptional, but it's gonna throw if you don't catch it. Yeah, it's a different culture, but they refuse to acknowledge other people's culture at this point. They can bury their head in the sand all they want, but it just makes them bad developers. Yeah, right? So he's not even being, like, sincere with his comment. Political nihilist. He didn't even spell nihilist correctly. Yeah, like, again, these guys are not being sincere in their comments. Right? Yeah, these are the type of people you deal with on Twitter more often than not. The fact that I don't have to deal with them that often, I consider myself lucky. But they're still there sometimes. The fact that the debate is so split almost completely points out that they're full of shit. Right? These two guys. They don't know the ecosystem we're even talking about, it seems to me. Because I know for a fact, I don't want a library that does results and throws exceptions. I don't want a function that does both either. A throws but also has result as the return type? Fuck that. Nobody wants that as a consumer. Nobody wants a library where they have to handle a result, but also handle a possible throw at the same time with the same function call. Nobody wants to do that. Not a single human being. So yeah, it's the internet. You're gonna deal with pedantic individuals. Right? Like, hold up. I really want to do this as a thought experiment real quick. And a Nate, thank you for the sub. Real Coco, thank you for the
Thanks for the
follow.
support.
Appreciate that. Moonshine and Great, thank you as well. Hold on, let's go look at this. Exceptions are for exceptional things actually lends itself to the pattern that we're going to go hack out real quick. It's not going to be great. Hold on. Let's see if we can get it. It's just like another function here. The worst is what we're going to call it. Throws and returns a result. Oh, and hold on. Whoops. And it's actually... if, I don't know, foo return a result, throw an exception, and set a global flag. There you go. Right? If foo right, try some function that can throw. Right, we need to like come up with a better error, right? Hey, Acorn. How you doing?
Thanks for the support.
So,
Acorn 1010 would be
hold
the
on, let's hear
enigmatic
it.
Echo Squirrel, a supervillain with the power to manipulate nature and turn peaceful woodland surroundings into chaotic traps for their enemies. They gained their powers after a secretive experiment in genetic modification with woodland DNA went awry, granting them an unparalleled control over forest environments. Echo Squirrel can command vines, summon swarms of squirrels, and grow trees at an alarming rate to barricade or ensnare their foes.
Echo
Their
Squirrel.
origin story started in the quiet Acorn Woods, now their stronghold filled with booby traps and loyal woodland creatures ready to defend their leader. Their arch nemesis is Lady Blaze, a fiery superhero who has the ability to create and control fire, often using her powers to thwart Echo Squirrel's forest-based havoc.
That one was really good. I'm downloading it for sure. Yeah, let me download that. Echo Squirrel. Yeah, I like that. If you want that recording, just let me know. Just send me a PM. Right, PM over on Discord, by the way. That way it's easier to upload. We're having a discussion real quick, and let me just show you. We have a tweet. And in that tweet, we were asking people about their opinion about Elixir things. Or not Elixir, sorry, Swift things. And the Swift thing we're talking about is, would you prefer a result-based SDK or an SDK that throws? And we're doing a quick thought experiment with some Rust code. Or not Rust, sorry, Elixir code. Right? Try some function that can throw. Right? This function here is the worst, in my opinion. Consuming the worst. And it throws. Would anyone ever actually want to do this? Right? Try, catch. This ends up being E? Hold on. Oh, I do instead. Do catch. I'm doing this part wrong for sure. Oh god. Is that not it? Is it because I'm not using it? Cannot find... Oh, let error. That's right. Let error. Right, and then this here, let's say this is let result and, right, equals the worst. I guess it does let it bubble up. We don't want this function to throw, though. Is this code anyone would actually want to write? I really don't think so. Right? This is so gross to me. Just to handle the result of the worst? Nah, I hate it. I don't want to write code like this. Is there anyone out here that actually wants to write code like this? Where the worst can throw and also return a result that we gotta handle? Ugh. Yeah, doing both is gross. right? But we're dealing with comments from people like, well, exceptions are for exceptional behavior. Well, I have code that can error, and I have code that can do an exception from like an HTTP request. Do you really want to do both? You don't. You don't want to do both. Nobody does. This is the worst pattern I could even imagine from consuming someone's library. Just pick one. Pick a lane. Either throw an exception or return a result. But don't do both. So yeah, right? How does everyone feel about it? I'm curious. And yeah, Acorn, what were you up to on your stream? Sorry about that. Yeah, my bad. Have you heard, like, you know, before you respond, right? Just secondary thing. Have you heard about the whole hullabaloo about Helldivers? Are we still playing Helldivers tomorrow? Or are we trying to find something else? Polishing pool a bit more. Word. Yeah, like what type of polishing? Is it like animation stuff? Like, you know, just improving the experience? Like, you know, I don't know. I'm curious. Doesn't affect you much? I mean, if it's required to do it, do you have a PlayStation account? I don't even know if I have one right now. No. Every single PC player is required to create a PSN account. I thought that's what the issue was. I don't know for sure. I haven't tried to play. I think it affects PC players. Part of the major order is to create a PSN account. Everyone is forced to create a PSN account, so it does affect you. But is it even worth doing that? That's what I think I'm getting at. Right. For sure. Oof, yeah, so for certain people in certain countries, it's a major issue. For us, it's fine, and I get that, but I'm just curious. Yeah, and they definitely don't have a good track record security-wise. Wait, isn't it still early access? Am I wrong? Is it like fully released? Yeah, I get that. That makes a lot of sense. And yeah, maybe I'm like getting too hung up on this. Is really like I can't think of anything that would be truly exceptional in what we're doing. Either everything can throw or nothing can throw. In the case of our library, the things that do throw, I think, are exceptional because they require developer intervention to solve. But yeah, I don't know. Anyone here ever dealt with a feature flag library that did stuff like this? Ooh, and Acorn. I got a question. Yes, exactly, Baishtar. I'm building what is really a feature flag system for people that don't have a lot of money to throw around, right? Something you could use on your side projects, etc., right? Because it's just a static file that sits somewhere, and we evaluate that static file from your client. Right? And your client being your server or your front end, it's just an SDK consuming this thing. And I've got 10 languages that I've made SDKs for, and we're trying to decide if we want to do a throwing SDK or a result-based SDK? And yes, I maybe colored the flag a little bit by naming these functions the worst and consuming the worst. And I do want to make sure I'm giving this dude some likes, because I appreciate his input, at the bare minimum. Even if I am being somewhat hostile in my response. And he's most likely a better dev than me, especially a better Swift dev. I'm willing to bet money on that for sure, because I don't do that much Swift, which is why I'm at this ethical conundrum of whether I throw or do results. And yes, I am being harsher here on stream just for the sake of entertainment value. I would never actually discuss this with him in the harsh tone I was hamming it up with y'all with. So sorry about that. Oh, exactly, Bystar. That's why I'm asking about the Swift version of things, right? I've chatted with Kotlin developers that absolutely prefer using a result instead, so we made our Kotlin SDK result-based instead of throwing. In Rust, you can't throw an exception, so it's all result-based. Which is why I maybe snarkily replied to the other person. Hold on. Let's go back to the top. Right? I responded as harshly as I did to this person because I fucking hate this phrase. I've had Go developers say that to me about JavaScript code I wrote because they don't actually like JavaScript and they don't write it day to day. You cannot write JavaScript code, async await enabled JavaScript code, without try-catch. You just can't do it. You just can't do it. But instead, I had some Golang devs push back and use this exact phrase on me. I dodged a bullet because I definitely didn't want to work with those assholes. You can't write JavaScript code without a try-catch at this point if you're trying to use async await. Yeah. It was the guys from Teleport. For sure. How much have we heard about Teleport these days? Nothing. No, they're just anti-JavaScript guys. Rather than understanding that it's simply the tool you have to use to make a good front end. I built an amazing project for the take-home they gave me. The user experience was fantastic, but it was bullshit like that they denied me the job because of, right? Well, yeah, exception should be exceptional. So yeah, fucking Teleport. Bullet dodged, but I would have really liked the job at the time. I know, right? You might not have seen it. My eyes did a full backflip. Hold on, what's the name of the flip that Rodney Dangerfield does in Back to School? My eyes did a triple Lindy. That was it. Yeah, the triple Lindy. Full-on triple Lindy eye roll. Can we get it back in slow-mo? Yeah, exactly. My eyes did a full backflip. Heyo! Thank you, Great, for contributing. Anyone out there that has channel points to spend, you can make me actually go through my tab, right? The archive. I can go through the archive, and we will look at what some of these tabs even are. I don't even know anymore. But I know for a fact if I bookmark them, they're gone forever. And that's why they sit here in my browser bar. Oh, Jamin's the man, right? I like Jamin. Jamin's such a dude. All right, so yeah, let's continue looking at some of our migration guide. This does not satisfy all of that migration guide. No, I'm sorry. They broke some stuff about the buttons we're trying to use even. The fact that compact is no longer a valid value for buttons is kind of a problem, man. I can't believe they got rid of the compact. So yeah, the thing that everyone's actually catching me doing, yes, we are having the discussion about error types versus exceptions and a library you might want to consume as a feature flag SDK. I think no matter what, I need to pick a lane with my feature flag SDK and just do one or the other. I can create a separate class that makes things a result type. You know, I'm fine with that. But the part we're on right now is we just recently updated what is this application, right? With like, you know, some stuff like that and these buttons and blah, blah, blah. And we recently updated Mantine to its latest version and it broke a bunch of stuff. Right? Like our buttons no longer look the same. It actually broke something with my app shell, but the app shell actually fixed the bug that we were going to try and fix here, where if you like make this go longer, you can't scroll the sidebar or the nav bar. So yeah, by upgrading, we get some other stuff free out of the box that I don't think we could have even actually overridden properly. But it does mean that now we got other bugs to fix because they did a major version update that broke some stuff for us. So now we got to do that. So yeah, here we go. Here we go bug fixing again. Right, compact I think just means padding 0. Wait, the number input changed the event that they support? Oh. Property precision does not exist on number input. I think that is now decimal scale. All right, so number input, no clamp on blur. Clamp behavior, none. Remove trailing zeros. So fix decimal scale is one thing. Yeah, so trailing doesn't exist. I guess we just remove it. That one is then back to decimal scale. Okay. Let's keep going through components and fix stuff that's no longer valid. For the tooltip, there's really no longer a width value? Huh. me double check some stuff here. All right, all right, all right. I think they actually want it to be styled based on this, right? Like the width would be that part. I think we just have to ditch that. All right, from here, item count badge is good. Status looks... Oh, status needs work. Oh, really? So yeah, for button, left icon is no good. It's now left section. And yeah, hold on. All right, so left section here. Ooh, and then text. Their text component doesn't allow me to do some of this? Well, we'll ignore that part for now. Align center on text, also an issue. Align right and color, also an issue. So color is deprecated, align is actually verboten now. Hold on, let's double check. Dude, Amatachino's good. He was not kidding when he said he is basically a shit poster. This is a solid shit post right there. Dude, yeah, Amatachino. Let's see, how's everyone's weekend going? It's just starting for me. But yeah, anything fun going on? Any plans for the weekend? Here in Washington, it's a nice, like, it's a reasonable temperature, etc. I fucking love it right now. The past week has been, like, chilly in the best way. Like, I needed to wear a hoodie to go for a walk a couple days. That was fantastic. Like, I took the hoodie off towards the end of the walks, etc. But like, man, I love a good chilly day. What the fuck is Shaky Knees Fest? What the fuck is Shaky Knees Fest? Why do they all look like Tech Savvy Travie? Why does every singer at this festival look like Tech Savvy Travie? Alright, okay, this one doesn't at least. But he's playing trumpet on this one. I remember turning 21, and then I promptly forgot, like, the 5 or 6 hours after. And I'm kidding, actually. I remember most of it. There was actually nothing that was actually significant enough to have, like, a long-term memory from it. No, like, I just turned 21, I drank a bunch. You know? Hey, there we go. So Moonshine, like, have you been able to try and get, like, the output from Chrome, right, past that environment variable? Right? Like, seriously, are you passing that environment variable? Did it not give you anything? That's fine. Oh, so I guess technically you can't modify the GitHub action to add that environment variable before it gets run? Can you modify the GitHub action? If so, you can add that environment variable. You don't need to get access to settings to do it. You can just set that thing to true before the command gets run. Yeah, I would say try and modify the workflow file to add that flag being set to what you need to true. I don't know for a fact that it'll actually run that way, but it might be worth trying. Here's a bigger thing, Moonshine. Can you run it locally? Can you run Cypress locally and reproduce the exact issue? That would be a big part of it. Try and reproduce it locally. It runs perfectly locally. Try and put it inside of a virtual machine or a Docker container and see if that works. Lawanda Page? Oh. Yeah, so Moonshine, I would say try and reproduce it inside of a virtual machine or Docker. Ah, so if you're not familiar, then give it a shot. And hey, Nikki, Mr. Sir, how you doing? First time you heard of Vexilla? I mean, we've worked on it for the better part of the last year. I want to be in a feature flag super stream in which I don't think Vexilla actually belongs, but everyone involved is super supportive of me still being there, so I'm into it. I'm pretty pumped. How you doing, Nikki T, Mr. Sir? This is your first time ever chatting in this channel. You know that, right? But you're awesome, so this might be the quickest path to mod anyone's ever had. Nah, man, because, like, I know you. I know who you are. Yeah, for sure. I know you. So, yeah, that is the quickest path to mod I've ever seen. Because I really appreciate you, man. Like, yeah, for sure. I really like what you're doing at Open Source, etc. If you want to drop a link for everyone here in chat, you do it. Because I think, are you a dev advocate for them? It's your job to drop the link at this point. I mean, Lightspeed, let me look. Mods here in this channel are not expected to do shit. Not expected to do anything. They just have a sword. That's it. I trust them to maybe delete a comment before I see it so that, like, you know, someone doesn't upset me, etc. No. Mods don't get paid, and that's why I don't expect anything from them. Kinslayer has a sword. It's not the sword, so I get that. Let me look at times. Yeah. Like, basically, I don't know. Let me look at this. Nikki T, you've been following since October 16th, 2022. But at the end of the day, you are very supportive on Twitter, and I know you, right? Like, a bunch of the people you work with are mods here on this stream, so why wouldn't I make you a mod on this stream? And hold on, let me double check. Yeah, Brandon T. Roberts is already a moderator on this channel. Zayu is already a moderator on this channel. I'm pretty sure B. Dougie Yo is a moderator on this channel. How could I not mod you, right? You'd feel left out. I get it. I know, they seem like a really good group, for sure. If y'all are ever looking for a DevRel or Dev Advocate / core contributor, that sounds like exactly what I'm looking for. So just let me know. Just saying, throwing it out there. But again, like, no stress. I just started at Get Kraken. I'm not trying to leave Get Kraken, at least for 6 months. Bare minimum. They get that much loyalty out of me, for sure. And honestly, I really like the company, so they might get a full year out of me. Bare minimum. Unless they want to kick me to the curb before that. No, and I wouldn't take it. I'm sorry, like, no, I do at least have some semblance of loyalty. And the fact that this company gave me my first chance at DevRel, they get at least a year out of me, I think. Which I'm pretty sure the highlight guys are going to be a little bummed on. You're betting on 3 to 5? I mean, depends on salary and stuff like that. Depends on if Get Kraken actually does raises, etc. We'll see, right? I'm just being honest. I don't know for sure. I don't know what you're talking about. Totally, that's definitely a no. Now, as long as I'm still allowed to, like, help other people out, I'm really stoked on the role I'm in. If they start pushing back on my ability to do, like, a little bit of content for someone else, that might be an issue. But I don't think they would. I think they recognize, like, both people I've talked to, right? The CEO and my immediate boss are actually, like, of the same mind that me growing my brand actually improves what I can do for them as a company too. Which is huge, right? And I think the world would be better if companies treated their DevRels that same way. The company I'm at right now is fucking awesome. Yeah, my personal brand has made the ad I did recently the best ad we've ever done, right? The long form video I did recently, one of the best performing long form videos we've done in recent memory. You know, like, building my own personal brand helps the company. It really does. And I don't think there's anyone actually pushing back on that. Because I think I'm at a very, like, forward thinking company. And I like that. I really like it. And I like the people I work for. What was the long form video? The one that I have tagged here on stream. Is it not tagged anymore? Is it not the pinned post? Did the pinned post disappear? Did I mess that up? Shit. All right, hold on. Damn it. Oh, it's still there? Is it still there? Okay. Some people see it. All right, all right. The pinned post is a video I did for the Get Kraken channel. If you want me to go find it, that's fine, Research Dev. I'll go grab it. Oh, bummer. Woe is me. How dare I have to go fetch this one thing. Check out a video I made. Blah, blah, blah. Yeah, for sure. So, Research Dev, it's fine. I'll fetch it. No big deal. It's fine, man. Don't worry about it. I got the link for you. See, there you go. Four Wheel already did it before I could even find it. Right? My mods are the best. The fact that I got like 100 of them definitely helps. Yeah, it's about how we use libgit2, nodegit, and why we're migrating to the native Git client where we can for various reasons. I think it's a really, like, awesome and good content video. Well, I mean, you're a mod now, so it is one. But yeah, like, I don't know. If you all have comments, etc., just let me know. Right? See you in 8. Yeah, it's like 8 minutes long. It's not that long of a video. I think it's really interesting, like the content. I reached out to Edward Thompson, the person who I shout out about the bus factor. He said he will watch it eventually. He just got back to me like yesterday, which means I couldn't change the video. The video was already published. I'm sorry, I can't do it. I will happily make a comment on that video and pin it if he has like a, you know, some sentiments he wants to have shouted out. I think he's awesome, right? Edward Thompson is the author of libgit2, and he's the main contributor and all that shit. He's great. But he also works for a company that deals with supply chain stuff. And I think it would be a major like disconnect if he didn't recognize at least like the supply chain vulnerability of just one person, etc. Right? You normally like longer form videos? I don't think I'm capable of making a video over 10 minutes long. It hasn't happened yet. Because I think I can sum up the gist of what I'm getting at within 10 minutes. If I need a longer session for it, I don't know. Maybe it should have been broken up. Now we'll see, because a video I'm making for Highlight, I think will actually approach like the 20-minute mark. Right? If anyone remembers when I did the mock version of it using the slides I had, that was a 30-minute talk, easily. I think doing it as a video, it would become 20 minutes, maybe, but yeah, that'll probably be the longest video I've ever made. That said, I need to like finish that blog post and then record the video for it and then edit that video and give it to him, right? And yeah, that's probably going to be the biggest focus I have for a little bit, as long as I am making sure to do the right thing by the company I work for as well. But yeah, the Highlight guys are super cool, man. Like, Jay and Vadim, as far as like CEOs and CTOs go, those guys are amazing. Those guys are really good, man. Like, I love them as human beings, as people. So I wish all the best to Highlight IO. Like, man, I hope they are just massively successful. I hope they have the next Datadog on their hands at this point, because that'd be really cool. Like, just to see them be that successful, that'd be awesome. But yeah, real quick, hold on. Let me go use the restroom. This dude's got to pee. So BRB. Alright. And I'm back. Heyo. I'm gonna let this song finish, and then I'm gonna mute the music for YouTube. Sorry, who's even there on YouTube right now? We do have 4 people on YouTube? Well, shit, I might just leave the music going. My bad. We'll leave the synthwave going. My bad, my bad. Oh, get bisect is huge. Yes, massively useful. I don't do it enough, but Space Case has pointed out a major way that he uses get bisect, and I just saw, like, maybe a week or 2 ago, like a blog post about how bisect can actually, like, help you find a bug based upon, like, a test you run against it. Like in a really awesome way. So yeah, people on YouTube, I'll leave it going. I'll leave the music for you. I was about, like, if there was only one person on YouTube right now, yeah, sorry. I would have switched over to playing, like, music I can't play on YouTube because I don't want to get, like, muted or copy striked. It's helped you a lot of times. See, I've never felt the need for it because I've always been in a ship fast kind of environment, right? In which, like, yeah, maybe a bug was introduced. Fuck it. Let's just fix it and move on. Right? Knowing where it came from, I don't care. Right? We just fix it and we move on. I think bisect is more important when you're doing release-based software. When you're doing something that is continuously released, like a web application, who cares? Like, who gives a shit? Just fix it and move on. And the majority of my entire career has been continuously released things. So I actually lack a lot of context when it comes to, like, versioned releases. If you're doing a web app, you don't have versions. You have a commit message, maybe. And that's what you tag the release with. And that's it. I don't personally work with versioned releases in a, like, team aspect at all. I love that experience. But yeah, like, no, it's not even like YOLO 1.0. It's just simply like, it's a web app. We're releasing 10 times a day, man. If we're releasing 10 times a day, we're not tagging that shit. We're just giving you, like, the most recent commit hash, and that might go in the footer. It might go in, like, the telemetry of, like, an error being reported. Might being the operative word. Like, who cares? Most of these issues are actually from the back end anyway. Who gives a shit? I'm sorry, like, that's the world I come from. Very, very continuously released front ends. How long is my career? I don't know. Like, if you look at my resume, let's call it 10 years. If you look at things I've actually released for clients, let's call it 16 years. Like, I did freelancing. I did my friend's snowboard shop's, like, WordPress blog before I even did dev, you know? Before I even, like, started my schooling for it. Because I could. And I got paid for it. I get to live rent-free at a house that he owned. Just 'cause. It was awesome. It was really awesome. I got to make a Magento site for a couple friends, right? Like, you know, 2 separate Magento sites. Totally did it. But I don't put that shit on my resume anymore because I would end up getting, like, the worst recruiters if I still had that shit on my LinkedIn. Nah, that stuff drops off, I delete it, and I no longer need to hear from the Magento recruiters that I don't actually want to hear from anymore. Because they don't pay enough. They really don't. If you want me to work on a Magento site, $250K a year. They're not willing to pay that, so we're good to go. I still think Magento is the absolute best thing you could do e-commerce wise if you want to self-host. Like, yeah, no doubt in my mind. For sure. If you want to self-host your own e-commerce platform, Magento is still actually the best thing. Medusa.js wishes they were even close. They're better than WooCommerce. But Magento, king of the castle. That said, if someone wants me to do a Magento site, they're going to pay me for it. WooCommerce is the absolute worst. I've done it like at like a client agency I used to work at. I've done a WooCommerce site. And it's so fucking lame how they nickel and dime you for every little plugin. Maybe it's better now that actually like Automatic owns it, because I remember dealing with it before they bought it out. I just found out the other day that they bought out WooCommerce. Maybe WooCommerce has gotten better since Automatic bought it. I'm still pressing X to doubt because they like money. Who doesn't? But yeah, the nickel and diming of basic functionality from WooCommerce. Yeah, you might sell a client on a WooCommerce installation, but then having to go back to them and be like, yeah, you need USPS, UPS, and FedEx shipping? Yep, that's another $800. Enjoy. Oh, you want coupons? Yep, that's another $400. Enjoy. Oh, you want holiday theming? That's another $300. Enjoy. Like, dude, it's the worst. It's so fucking lame. Just nickel and dimed every step of the way. And, like, they're barely maintained as plugins. So it's not even, like, the cohesive infrastructure you would get from something like Magento that has a good update semantic for, you know, the plugins they have for various things. Like, granted, you're still going to pay money for other, like, plugins in the Magento ecosystem, right? But the core plugins just work. And that's the magic of it. You want to do a holiday theme? That's actually supported out of the box. You don't need an extra thing for it. Now, keep in mind, my knowledge of WooCommerce versus Magento is easily 6 years old at this point, so I could be wrong. But when I last looked at Medusa, they didn't solve those problems right either. Not yet. Maybe they will, and then they'll get a big old thumbs up from me. But when I last look at Medusa, right, Medusa JS, it ain't it. It's just not there. Like, the level of, like, coupons you can do from Magento out of the box, really good, man. Like, really good. You want to do more? Yeah, there's a plugin for that. Last time you said woo was the moment you ditched WooCommerce. Woo! Right? That's like Ric Flair style, like woo. Yeah. Woo! Some people know that sound effect. I nailed it, didn't I? That was a proper Ric Flair woo, wasn't it? You're welcome. That little bit of nostalgia, you can't even buy these days. Yeah, damn right. Nikki T, you're showing your age a little bit. Just a little bit. Not as much as Ric Flair showed his age, by the way. But still, I think we're good. What was his name? Nature Boy? Or something like that? I don't even know where that came from. It was Nature Boy. Yeah, for sure. WWE on the couch with the little one? There you go. Yeah, for sure. Back when it was WWF and you had people like Jake the Snake, right? Sid Vicious. When they do the and grab someone by the shoulder, and that meant that, hey, you gotta let me do my move now. Right? Like the video games. If you do exclamation point song, you get this exact song, right? Yeah, I have a browser extension wired up to the currently playing song. There you go. Hell yeah. WWF trading cards in storage. Those might be close to worth as much as like Pokemon cards at this point, man. Dude, that's huge. Do not disclose the location of that storage unit. Ultimate Warrior? Ooh, classic. I mean, it's hard to beat Macho Man. Oh, yeah. You know what I'm saying, Mean Gene? Oh, yeah. I didn't even do the Slim Jim reference, right? Dude, that is the best like Hollywood actor like glow up I've ever seen. He was the asshole wrestler in Spider-Man, the first Spider-Man. I saw that first Spider-Man in theater. Bonesaw. There you go. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, dude, I saw that first Spider-Man in theater. That's how old I am. So don't feel bad, right? No shots fired. I'm just trying to recognize my own, man. I'm gonna be bummed if I'm actually older. I might be. I turned 40 in like a month. Month and a half. Yeah, we're not old. Yeah, right? Yeah, shit. We're just, we're well seasoned, right? Like a wok. Yeah, I'm not even kidding. I turned 40 in a month and a half. Yeah, like a wok. Exactly. So please don't feel gross about this, but I used to work with a bunch of coworkers that would do things like they would use like chopsticks to eat like potato chips because they didn't want to mess up their like trackpads and like keyboards, etc. My trackpad is like a finely seasoned wok. You can even like see the flavor on it if I get it at the right angle, right? This is my older trackpad, but no, it's still like a finely seasoned wok, especially at the edges. I definitely made someone almost throw up in their mouth a little bit when I said that line back in the office. Yeah, exactly. It's like a finely seasoned wok. Yeah, right? Like, there's the flavor. Yeah, I mean, that's a tweet waiting to happen. I'm going to make a finely seasoned wok tweet about my trackpad here soon. Patent pending. Nobody steal that. Hey, Odin. Epic pecs, bro. So, Nikki T, right? Feel free to rewatch Kung Fury, but another one that you might actually want to watch that you probably haven't watched recently, Turbo Kid. If you haven't rewatched Turbo Kid recently, I'd say Turbo Kid over Kung Fury, like any day of the week. Yeah, Turbo Kid is one of the absolute best, like, low-budget, synthwave-inspired, like, movies I've ever seen. If y'all haven't seen it, you got homework. Shit, what was the movie I just recently watched? It was, Punisher Warzone. Punisher Warzone had... Hold on. Ah, shit. He's not in the top list here. But the dude that is like the the pawn shop guy, basically, in Turbo Kid. He actually has a role in Punisher Warzone, and I was really happy to notice that when I finally watched it. Punisher Warzone's actually really fun. Ray Stevenson fucking kills it. Like, dude, I didn't expect to like that movie. It was actually pretty damn good. I really did not expect to like it, and I really did. All right. So, yeah, we got some stuff to fix. All of these things we gotta fix are alignment issues? They are. Yeah, on the text. So, is the text element a thing still in Mantine 7? Or do they require me to actually do my own styling at this point? I think they do. Yeah, there is no align property on Mantine 7. And hey, Nicholas from the YouTuber section of things. How you doing, man? Cheers to you. How you doing? My bad. Didn't mean to leave you hanging. Hope you're still hanging. Yeah. 8:49. Yeah, that was like 20 minutes ago. I'm so sorry. That's my bad. That's on me. I got it right here in front of my face of the chats I need to reply to. It's like right here in front of me, and I still missed it. So yeah, I'm sorry, Nicholas. My bad. Hold on, Nikki T. Are you Nicholas? You go by Nick. I'm just saying, like, we have a Nicholas over in YouTube chat. Are you them? And my guess is no, because you would have gone by Nick, right? All right, so not the same Nicholas. Yeah, no worries, Nicholas. Yeah, cheers. My bad. Sorry for leaving you hanging. I see you over on YouTube. Cheers. Here's a big thing. Who has some fun plans for the weekend? And I mean this for YouTube. I mean this for Twitch. I mean this even for Twitter. Even though no one has chatted over on the Twitter. Anything fun for Cinco de Mayo, which is on Sunday? If not, I'll be here drinking tequila. Duh. And yeah, cheers, Nicholas. For sure. Were we going to do one of the challenges? What challenge are you talking about? Rainy weekend in the 206, so you'll be here. Wait a minute. I mean, Nicholas, you know that I'm in the 405, right? Or, sorry, 425. My bad. Words. Yeah, I live over in Redmond. You're saying you're in the 206? Like, north or south of the 425? Possibly also west. Don't dox yourself if you don't want. Totally fine. Oh, standard error. I forgot the challenges. I'm sorry. You're going to have to remind me. I apologize, man. I'm so sorry. Like, a challenge based on what I'm working on, or a challenge based on, like, something separate? I mean, standard error. Like, don't keep us waiting. Like, you can do a link, I think, right? Pretty sure. What challenge do you mean? I'm probably messing up, and I apologize for it, but now's a good time to, like, catch back up, isn't it? So, Nicholas, please don't dox yourself if you don't want, but are you going to be at Seattle JS next Wednesday? It'll be a good event. Oh, that's right. Sorry. The Trash Puppy challenges. Oh, and yeah, like, Nicholas, don't feel bad. Either show up if you want or not. Don't feel bad about it. Like, yeah, I'm just letting you know. It is happening. It's a really good, fun event. I tend to bring a group together to go out to a bar after the event, too. If you're at a place where you need to take a ferry, well, yeah, the last ferry goes at, like, midnight to Bainbridge. Just throwing it out there. I don't know where you're from. Like, you know, I'm not trying to, like, have you dox it. I'm just giving you the info that you might need. And again, they meet every month. So don't feel bad if you don't make it this month. There's always next month. Not a problem, man. Not a problem. You will not offend me if you don't make it. Zero offense taken. Zero offense given, I hope to. I might cry in the car. Duh. I mean, I cry in the car anyway. Because some smoke made it up to my face, right? Yeah, this damn joint. Statistically speaking. Oh, and shit. Hold on. Someone requested being friends on the Discord. I mean, I'll accept it, but yeah, I don't know. We'll see. If I look, they only have one mutual server, and that's Midjourney, besides my own. Did I just allow a spammer in my DMs? I think I did. It's real easy. I can just remove them. It's the simplest thing we ever done. We'll see. We'll see. It's fine. Let's keep actually hacking at this thing. You hopped in? Yeah, no worries, Moonshine. Yeah, appreciate you. Don't think that, like, me being critical of, like, this probably spammer means anything. If you want to chat, you want to hang out over in the Discord, like, yeah, feel free. I actually plan on, and yeah, I didn't do it for tonight because obviously we're going at like 9 p.m. still. But one of these Friday nights, we're gonna do a group gaming session in which we just play some like Jackbox games or something. I think that'd be really fun as a group, together. But tonight ain't the night. We're late enough, yeah, the food I eat is gonna be terrible. But if you do want to get, like, yeah, when I go live on this channel, I would recommend adding a notification to the announcements channel. Because I announce when I go live there, and Twitch's announcement of when someone goes live is actually kind of flaky. Not ideal. So if you want to get, like, the proper, like, hey, I just went live, it might be like 5 minutes after I click the button, but it's still better than Twitch's recommendation. Or Twitch's notification, technically. Oh, Candy Crush. Yeah, that's a bummer. I get that. You really like your current neighborhood or your, like, old neighborhood? I just want to say, I fucking hate my upstairs neighbors, so yeah, I can't relate. But I do recognize I used to love the neighborhood I lived in before I moved into this place. Dude, like, yeah, I need to hit up Frank, one of my neighbors. That dude was awesome. He's great. I want to go golf with him at some point. I need to hit up my mom for Frank's number. Don't read into that. Yeah, no worries, Moonshine, but I hope that you get the best sleep of your life. Crashing out right now. You totally should. You're gonna love it. You're gonna love it. Best dream of your life is coming up, right? It's gonna be one of those dreams where, like, you do it, you're stoked on it, you wake up, and you go back to sleep again, and you're right back in the dream. I wish this upon you. You're welcome. But you got this. I've done that type of, like, dreaming, like, the past couple nights even. And it's really good. I love when you can just have a dream, maybe get up and go use the restroom, and then go back to bed, and you're right back in it. Those are the best dreams ever. Right? Oh, so you're in NYC in a relatively quiet and chill neighborhood? Like, you don't hear sirens every night? My guess is you do, but you just learn to tune them out. So to that effect, you can learn to tune out anything. I've lived at a place that was like a block away from train tracks. You learn to tune it out. If you need to sleep enough, it might wake you up, but you fall right back asleep. So yeah, no worries, Candy Crush. You got this. Yeah, the cards become like white noise. So does the ambulance sounds or the cop sounds or whatever, right? Like, whatever you're dealing with will eventually become something your brain is able to tune out, because that's the magic of our brain at that point, you know? Ooh, so four-wheel, that's a big part of, like, establishing a noise floor, right? You're, like, the noise that you're willing to accept as a, like, sleeper, like, is really, like, a decibel level. And you have something else establish that decibel level, then yeah, as long as something doesn't deviate too far from that norm, you're good to go. Ooh, right. Clearly, Cody. Yeah, I agree. I have lived next to an interstate. I have lived next to all sorts of stuff. And your ability to cope is actually mind-blowing. It's like, yeah, it's crazy. Like, to borrow your own phrasing, like, it's mind-blowing. It's so weird. Really? Four-wheel? Alright, so four-wheel might be a supervillain at this point. The silence was scary. I agree. Yeah. Your girlfriend can't sleep without some level of white noise. So now you gotta have a fan going or something. Or AirPods in. Yeah. Yep. I agree. For sure. No, I actually totally agree. Raising the noise floor is actually how you deal with some of those sleeping conditions, right? Oh, you got like a bunch of traffic that sometimes gets loud but isn't always loud? Well then, yeah, you get a fan going and you raise the noise floor. Like, that's how that works. That's science. That's science. Yeah. Yeah, I fully agree. I've lived next to train tracks. I've lived next to, like, an interstate before. And all of them just require, like, maybe a month, and then you're there. You're good to go. It's kind of crazy, actually. The moment you get used to it, especially if you end up having someone like stay over or like, you know, like sleep with you, etc., and they can't sleep because of it, it becomes even more apparent. Yeah, it gets really weird. Yeah. You ever get that where, like, you remember a dream so vividly, but then the moment you're actually, like, tasked with remembering specific things about it, it's kind of gone? But it was so vivid before you lost it? So for you, it happens in the morning. I actually remember my dreams for hours after the morning, but we're at the point where I've got the whiskey in me. I'd actually be better off trying to remember yesterday's dream tomorrow morning without the whiskey in me. Because whiskey actually, it doesn't like mess up my memory, but my ability to remember something is actually hinged upon the state I was in at the time. So if I had a bunch of whiskey, a bunch more whiskey will help me recall better. If I didn't have the whiskey, then yeah, like I can't be drinking to recall it. If I smoked a bunch of weed, well yeah, I need to smoke a bunch of weed to get back to that state. Most dreams fade really quickly, but I find it's actually based upon the state I was in at dream time. Yeah, and here's the craziest part. I have dreams I've had that I think I could turn into an actual, like, children's book slash film, like, story kind of thing that are actually still, like, entirely vivid, but not as vivid as, like, the moment that I had them, right? So I think that's important. Write down your dreams the moment you wake up, because otherwise they're gone. Oh, and Nicholas, I'm sorry, you said never been to a meetup, just landed your first dev job about a year and a half ago? Meetups are amazing. Meetups are, like, the best. So, yeah, if you want to make it to Seattle JS, I recommend it. No big deal, though. Like, it's free, or, like, $5 or some BS. Yeah, seriously, Seattle JS, if you're in the 206, is the best meetup in the area. Hands down. It's worth heading out there when you have time. Don't feel bad if you don't make it this month, but you should make it maybe once or twice a year, depending on the distance. Yeah, Kinslayer, you're not wrong. Drinking, smoking weed, and all kinds of shit. Yeah, alright. You just summed me up in one sentence. How dare you? Do I ever dream a solution to some problem? No, Candy Crush. Pretty much never. My dreams, if I smoke too much weed, I might have like a mundane dream about like eating cereal or something. However, you will absolutely come up with a solution to a problem in the shower or driving to work or various, like while doing the dishes, etc. And that entire thought process is called the diffuse thought process. So you have focused thought and diffuse thought. Diffuse thought are shower thoughts. Yeah, clearly Cody. Yep, 1000%. Shower thoughts are actually how you end up solving a lot of problems, right? And whether it's in the shower or doing dishes or driving to work or when you're about to go to bed but you haven't fallen asleep yet, like those are the moments in which you solve most of your problems. It's a thing, right? The key thing is to remember that your focus brain can only do so much, and you have a background process in your brain that is doing things while you're doing other things, and then every once in a while, that promise resolves up to the front thread. It's a very common thing. Don't think you're crazy about it. Like, that is 100%. Like, sitting on the toilet, whatever, right? As long as you're thinking about something else, that thought might resolve. If you're trying to focus on the problem you had, nah, you'll never do it. So yeah, clearly Cody, you could have been doing the dishes. You could have been cooking. You could have been doing your laundry. No matter what, it requires you to focus on something else while your background brain actually then lets that process bubble up to the foreground after it figures something out. But you can't let it bubble up unless you allow your like foreground thought to be idle. So you're like, your main process has to idle for the background process to bubble up that event. Candy Crush, 1000%. Yeah, like you woke up, technically what you were doing is probably you thought about it before you were going to sleep, and then all of a sudden when you woke up, your background process was like, hey, that thing you were thinking about, we gotcha. Yeah, your brain is going to figure its shit out while your conscious brain is occupied. What it requires, though, is that your conscious brain isn't doing anything so that your background brain can be like, hey, I know you're not doing anything right now, but hey, you know that thing? Bam. So if you think about your conscious brain as this run loop, if you're consciously like occupied by something, your background brain as another run loop will never bubble something back up to it. Yeah, it's like a worker thread. But if your main thread is occupied, the worker thread never has a chance to jump back in. So instead, you need to give your main thread time to sleep so that the worker threads can bubble up. I'm not even kidding. That is actually like the definition of conscious thought and diffuse thought. Human brains are actually multi-threaded, for sure. But if you're occupying the main thread, the background thread never has a chance to like actually jump back in. Right? If you start thinking about your conscious thought process as a synchronous thing, it actually makes a lot of sense. And I just want to pass on one video about the JavaScript event loop that actually might make you recognize a bunch of this shit. Hey, remember that thing? Yeah, that thing you've been struggling with? Psst, hey, I got it. Yeah, I mean, X Factor, you're not even wrong. That's what it feels like. That is literally what it feels like. Literally what it feels like. So, hold on. JS event loop Jake Archibald. This is the absolute best talk you'll ever see about the JavaScript event loop. If you're curious and wondering and trying to figure out why synchronous code or async code doesn't behave like you thought, this will actually rationalize it for you in a major way. But I actually think it applies to your brain's thought processes in a way that Jake Archibald never meant it to. He does also go off on a tangent about fizzy water, just ignore that part. Fizzy water's fine. Who gives a shit? That was his brain allowing the event loop to occupy the main loop about a thing that just didn't matter. So yeah, ignore the fizzy water bit. The rest of that video is fucking fantastic. Jake Archibald is a genius. Just brilliant. He's the best. So yeah, anyway, we're at almost 10 p.m. Motherfucker, I barely have enough time to like watch a video on the other stream. I don't even think I'll have time to play games tonight. I'm okay with it because the chatting and the things we accomplished and things we actually did here on stream were worth it. I got other stuff to solve. Yeah. I could keep powering through it, but you know what? I can be more productive tomorrow. I could be more productive tomorrow. So let's go find someone to raid. How about that? That'd be way better, wouldn't it? It might be TA Center. Motherfucker, is it? It is. Shit. Alright. Well, that's an easy find and replace. Thank you. X Factor. I wasn't even trying to fix that now, but you're right. That's the way to do that. So let's do that. If I want to do one of the challenges, I appreciate that, Standard Error. I have other challenges I need to finish. Like that one we just saw. Because I'm doing a feature flag like stream on May 9th. I only have 6 days left to like release what we're doing. So I don't think I can do anything other than what I'm doing until then. I apologize. I like it. I think you're doing amazing work there, Standard Error, but I don't have time to do it because I have other shit I gotta do. I apologize. I'm sorry. Woe is me. Ooh, X Factor. Borrowing that statement from me specifically. Oh, woe is me. Oh no, I extended stream. How dare I? Woe is me. I mean, I plead the fifth. No, hold on. Let me go look at your link. Can you do the link one more time, please? I'm getting a spinning beach ball, so that's not good. Woe is me. Whatever shall I do? All right, yeah, here we go. Let me grab it. And Trash Puppy, let me point out, awesome streamer. Awesome streamer. for sure. So you said number 5. What is number 5? I mean, I plead the 5th. Johnny 5 is alive. Yeah, for sure. No disassemble. Oh, the May 5th? Did I? Cinco de Mayo style? So doing any one of them? Like, how do I even opt in? Like, I don't see a good way of opting in at this point. Standard error. How about this? I'll see you tomorrow, and we can chat about it more tomorrow. Because I'm not sure what I would do at this point. Like, yeah, I don't know. So for Cinco de Mayo, we could do something. But yeah, I'm not sure which one you meant. Like, do I just need to pick one? Like, I don't know. I get one of the files and have to figure it out? I know this is base 64 encoded, but I don't know, man. I think I got shit to do. I think it's cool what you've done, but this is not the type of puzzle I find fun. If I'm being honest. I don't know, right? Chat at me tomorrow, and I'll actually look at it, but this is not the moment that I actually want to dig into something like this. So for now, the answer is no. Tomorrow, hit me up. Sunday, also, hit me up. I'm not looking for a harder one. I got shit to do, man. Like, I don't know. Up to you. We'll figure it out, but it's definitely not a thing for right now. Maybe tomorrow, maybe Sunday. I do got shit to do, though, right? I got bugs in an application that needs to be actually launchable in 6 days. I would prefer to concentrate on the thing that needs to be launchable in 6 days. Currently, that's my opinion right here in the moment. Doesn't mean I won't, but it just means, like, you know, we'll have to evaluate it. And now is not the moment for evaluation. Now is the moment for raiding someone. So who do we go raid? We see Danny Sem killing it. Oh, she's got like the straight hair going right now. Interesting. Killing it. I see Odette Nerd going. I want to go. No. We're going to go raid the Coppinger. Because he shouted us out earlier today, too. Like, he deserves it. He's the man. So, we're going to go raid the Coppinger. He's doing a 31-day stream, so, like, we're not going to rate him every day. Today is a good day to do so. Sorry, my bad. A great day to do so. He's not sleeping right now, which is great. We're gonna let the, timer tick down a bit. But yeah, the Commanger's a very good dude. I would love to do a work trade with him. Hey, he helps design a thing I'm doing. I help him do some dev in a way that he would enjoy. Like, I solve a PR or something for him. I don't know, man. We'll figure it out. And no pressure if he doesn't want to do it. Like, obviously, like, he's got his own things to launch. I would love to actually find that Hacker News band app. Here we go. There we go. Let me grab that link. Let me fire it up somewhere. I think what he's doing is better anyway, but I at least wanted to have it so that we can rate him. And, like, share something and be part of it. So, later. Cheers.